Oh, serieus? Poor. Sorry, folks, can you hear me? I'm getting an interesting message that I am buffering. So hi guys, I'm going to watch the close lunar flyby, the flyby of the moon by the Orion spacecraft. So if you want to look with me, check it out, then you're welcome to join the stream. Timothy. Yeah, it's still Monday morning, right? So I'm not sure how many of my followers, how many people would be interested in looking at this, but I'm definitely psyched to look at that that lunar flyby, of course. So let me just check out the chat. And by the way, I have a poll. So do you think we should go back to the moon? I think we definitely should, by the way. I will check out my chat on my mobile phone. And let's also check out here. These are just a couple of photos I took of the moon with my telescope. So 15 people. So yeah. There's also this website I will show you, if I can find it, where you can actually track. This is the tracker. So this is the tracker. So I see a lot of so-called live streams. And they have put up this tracker. So yeah, it's actually available on the NASA website. If you go to nasa.gov/specials/track Artemis, you will be able to play around with this tracker. And as you can see here, so we are 5 days into this mission. 5 days, 2 hours and 55 seconds. Minutes. And you can see all these kind of things. Distance to the moon. So the Orion spacecraft is still 8,624 miles away from the moon. But that's pretty close, right? I'm not very good at miles, but yeah, the moon is about 300,000 kilometers away. So we are definitely approaching the moon. And the distance from Earth here is 233 miles. So now I'm thinking, is this Orion spacecraft approaching the moon from behind? The far side, I think so. 21 people, wow, on Monday morning. John, very nice. So guys, welcome, you're welcome to join with me. I have also like a timer, a countdown timer. I just looked at the live stream of NASA. So NASA's about to go live, apparently, in about... Let me check. Oh, you can't see it, but this is the live stream they're going to use. So definitely also check that out. I mean, I'm just a guy who's going to watch it. So yeah, they are going live in about 30 minutes. I will check out, 30 minutes. So my timer is in sync with that live stream they're going to do. And yeah, let's see if anybody, I have a simple question to start, right? Should we go back to the moon? So how do we do these polls? I don't know. So should we go back to the moon? Let me know if you get that poll. This is the first time I'm using polls. So anyway, let me go back to, so this is the tracker. We can just see when Orion will pass the moon, right? So still 8,000. Let me go back. I should put this up like this, I think. so that we can also see the countdown. So still 8,500 to go. I actually thought that they would be closer. So I guess we have to wait for 8,540 seconds, right? Anyway, so I also put up some of my pictures. So this is an astrophotography channel. So I really enjoy photographing the moon and the planets, and also some deep sky objects. So definitely subscribe if you're into photographing space. I'm not a dedicated like gaming channel, or I'm not like a launch channel or anything. So very nice. John is here in the house. Thank you, John. Shiny Astro. Hello. Are you going to watch the moon flyby? And hello from Livermore Falls, Maine, Sean Little. Sean, for you it's still, I think, midnight, right? So anyway, these are some of the pictures I took recently of the moon. So yeah, this is like Montes Apenninus. This is one of my favorite craters you see, or actually mountain ranges you see here. It's also a landing site. It has been a landing site of one of the Apollo missions. Yeah, and obviously this is one of my favorites. It's very easy to photograph. It's middle of the moon. This is Copernicus crater. Also very cool. About 100 kilometers in size you're looking at here. So yeah, these are some of my pictures. And we are waiting for that live feed of NASA. I'm really psyched. I hope we will see some super detailed images of the moon, of course, because they are going to do the flyby at about 80 nautical miles from the lunar surface. So that's about 150 kilometers. Yeah, I'm from Europe. I'm from the Netherlands, so I understand kilometers and meters. And I'm always struggling with feet and miles, so please bear with me. But that should give us... Oh, this is, by the way, a time lapse I took like 2 days ago of Jupiter and the moon Io in front of Jupiter. But anyway, back to the mission. The Artemis 1 mission will fly like 80 miles or 150 kilometers above the lunar surface. And of course, this is possible because there's no atmosphere on the moon, so you can get pretty close. And if you look at some of the craters I took in my very own pictures, you can see them here. Now those craters, so this is Copernicus crater, it's about 100 kilometers in diameter. Huh? So you might think, oh, this is a small, tiny crater, but the craters you're looking at are already like 50 to 100 kilometers or like 75 miles across. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that lunar flyby. Like, let's see what Orion comes up with, what kind of images we will get from NASA. So anyway, let's go back to that tracker, because I only have a couple of images. I thought I should keep it to lunar images of moon images I took. And but where is that tracker again? Here it is. What can we also do? We can also look at the solar system. Wait, this might be fun. So this is the moon. So of course, yeah, I'm in Europe. So I think Orion will be approaching the moon from the far side, right? And then if we look at the Earth, so this is an actual view of the Earth. So yeah, I'm in Europe. Is this actually the real time? Actual time? This is the actual time. So it's daylight currently in Europe. So I'm actually hoping, and also Africa, of course. So I'm kind of hoping we will get like an Earthrise. I don't know. Are we getting an Earthrise? So I think, where is that Earth? Here. So when Orion is approaching the moon from this particular side, it will hopefully go into lunar orbit like this, and we should be able to watch the Earth rising. It's not really an Earthrise because Orion will just go into lunar orbit a little bit, and then we should be able to see the Earth. So that's also what I'm hoping to see. So did you see that? Yeah. So anyway, this is what I'm waiting for, and you're welcome to wait with me. Here's the tracker again, 8,000 miles to go, and 374. So there are a couple of people here in chat. 62 amazing images, Wido. Yeah, thank you, Ferran. Linares. Jorge is here from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Christopher Levesque, that's my favorite crater. Yes, Copernicus crater is one of the most awesome craters, I think. We have some people from the UK. Hello from Suffolk, UK. Can you do a video on how an animation like that? I have tons of daytime show. Oh yeah, so I did show a short animation. I also posted on my community tab of the moon Io passing in front of Jupiter. And okay, this is maybe a little bit out of scope for this video, but basically maybe the short explanation is I just took 67 1-minute videos, and then I processed all of these videos into pictures, and I just made a time lapse of those 67 pictures. I will try to make a video. Who's asking? Somebody. So Christopher, I will try to make a video on how I process those videos. Yeah. And also I have a live. If you look at my channel about 2 days ago, I had a live stream where I was actually capturing moon Io passing in front of Jupiter live. Oh yeah, you should go back to the moon. My poll. Thanks. Hell yeah. I could only wish we could get some photos of all the cars and landing gear. I think you can. If you're going to land in the same spot, you will probably find them. Because there's no atmosphere on the moon. So I think they should just be there, right? Let's see. But there was something, because they're going to plan missions to the South Pole of the moon. So these will not be in the same spot as the Apollo missions, right? So this is the tracker. What do you prefer, the tracker or my some of my pictures? Let's see. Where is my picture actually? Nah, yeah, I can't find. Oh, here, slideshow. I have a slideshow. Oh, here's Jupiter again. Okay, let's see. 21 minutes to go before the live broadcast. And oh, I should check out the poll. So can I close that poll? Close. So, end poll. How many people did vote? Can we see it? 54 votes. So yeah, definitely 90% says yes. Well, that's not surprising, given that you have clicked on this this live feed. So maybe I can do another poll. I think this is a nice one. Or poll. What will let me type in something. I think this is a nice one maybe. Poll. How does this work? Pop out chat? No. I don't know. My poll is gone. So guys, what I wanted to ask you is, what do you think? Because Orion is approaching the moon right now. Let me go back to that tracker. So here's the tracker, 8,000 miles to go apparently. What do you think? Will Orion slow down or will Orion speed up when it reaches the moon? I actually want to make a poll out of that. Why isn't it... here's one. Top chat. Pop out chat. I'm an idiot. Oh, maybe this plus sign. Start a poll. Okay, here we go. New poll. Will Orion speed up or slow down? Okay, I can't add options. Okay, speed up Add option. Slow down. And can I then just delete these? No. Oh, yes and no are always part of the options. Really? Okay. Okay, then will Orion slow down when I'm terrible at these polls. It reaches the moon. So remove. I'm an idiot. Sorry. Ask your community. All right, here we go. Will Orion slow down when it reaches the moon? Yes, no. So who do we have? 70 people. Hi, 70 people. Hope you're enjoying the fact that the Orion spacecraft is approaching the moon. Let's see. I'm going to just watch the live stream of NASA, and hopefully we will see that lunar flyby. And like I just showed you, I'm hoping that we will be seeing also some detailed images of the lunar surface, of course, but also maybe an Earthrise. I think it should be possible, because I think Orion, if I interpret this live tracker correctly, that NASA put up their own website. So some people are streaming this live tracker. But okay, anybody could stream this live tracker because it's on the NASA website. You just go there and you click on the Artemis mission website, and you will be able to find this tracker yourself, and you can play around with it like here. So it is interesting that we cannot see the Earth right now. Can we zoom out? I think it is exactly behind the moon, actually. So this is the mission overview. Am I showing you this? Yeah, I'm showing you this. Oh, this is the mission overview. Let me check. So here's the Earth. Here's the moon. You see Orion right now, I would say exactly behind that moon, right? Or am I stupid? It's here. Here, let me zoom in a bit. So I think, but please correct me if I'm wrong, Orion is approaching, I'm bad at this. Orion is approaching the moon from the far side, I think. Go back to that spacecraft. Oh, here we are. So that will be interesting. I think we will be able to see an Earthrise. I think. So yeah, 16 minutes to go before that live stream. Is this an actual footage or a 3D computer version? I'm sorry, not very well versed in this. This is definitely, this is a tracker. So this is a computer version of the orbits the lunar flyby of Orion. So let me go back to the live, so these are some of my real-time pictures. So this is not CGI. These are just pictures I took with my telescope of the moon. And yeah, that's also a bit tricky, because there's so much CGI going on, and lunar trackers and flyby trackers, that people are like confused. Like, okay, is it real? Is it not real? Now, the real footage we should be able to get in about 15 minutes. So NASA will do a lunar flyby live video, and hopefully it will include some of the the live video feed, the live images. They put a camera up on the Orion spacecraft, so we should be able to get some real live images soon. But if I have to believe the tracker, we are still 7,934 miles away from the moon. So we have to wait for that. We have to wait for the spacecraft to reach the moon, of course. And this is definitely CGI. I mean, it's a very good 3D model of the moon and the spacecraft, but this is not a real-time picture. Definitely not. I've made too many pictures in the last 7 years to know that this is not a real picture. So we're waiting for the real video feed. Simon. The Mars mission. Okay, Simon, I think the main idea is that NASA... Like, I'm not from NASA. I'm just a guy doing astrophotography and planetary imaging. But I think the main idea is that they go back to the moon in a financially sustainable way. And there are a couple of differences between NASA's mission now, the Artemis mission, and the Apollo missions. A couple of like 50 years ago already. Can you believe it? 50 years ago. So the Apollo missions, they took out about 5% or 4% of America's gross national product. So GDP actually, gross domestic product. So took about 5% out of that all the tax income to put people on the moon. And right now NASA is receiving only like about 0.5% of America's GDP to do all of their missions, to go not only to go to the moon or go back to the moon, I should say, but also to do all the robotic missions on Mars or the James Webb Space Telescope and so on. So they definitely find a way to make it financially more affordable to do a longer term like revisit, go back to the moon for the next couple of decades, maybe, hopefully. And the way they did it is first by, of course, also reaching out to commercial partners. So working together with, SpaceX and also Blue Origin and all the other people, all the other space agencies. Commercial space companies, I should say, made it more feasible, made it possible, I think. But this SLS system is still NASA's very own system. It's actually partly based, I read, on the space shuttle launch system. So anyway, but I really hope we go back and we stay on the moon. It's also an international mission, of course. They have this surface module you see here. This surface module, to keep people alive, basically, is built by the European Space Agency. So I think there are at least like a handful of nations, like 15 or 20 nations that participate in the Artemis program. So that's also different from the Apollo missions 50 years ago. So Rainbow says the biggest difference between Apollo and Artemis is that Apollo was an entirely politically funded program. Yeah. And also, of course, we had the Cold War, and there was a big space race going on who would be able to put man on the moon first. And actually, the Russians, they did put the first satellite and the first man in orbit. And also the first lunar flyby, I think. So yeah, that was definitely a political mission. Hopefully we will now get back for the right reasons. I hope it will be a mission mainly to drive science and to drive the knowledge of how can we survive on a lunar surface, on a body in the solar system outside of Earth. Anyway, so 10 minutes to go. I will check out the stream if they are. They're saying that they will be live in about 10 minutes. Let's look at the poll also. So, and poll, what is the what do you see? Will Orion slow down when it reaches the moon? 55% says no, and 44% says yes. So I found this out on the ESA website actually. I will show you this. They are going to speed up. They're going to speed up. So that's counterintuitive because you would say, hey, we're going to the moon. We're going into lunar orbit, so when we reach the moon, we have to slow down to be caught in the moon's by the moon's gravity, right? But instead, they're going to speed up, and they're going to this Orion spacecraft. This is the 3D animation I saw from ESA. So here you see the Earth in the middle, and the red line is actually visualizing the Orion spacecraft flying to the moon. And you can see how strange this orbit will be. So they will speed up. This is the first time they will speed up and then fly beyond the moon, and then go out of the moon's orbit, and then fly again to the moon, doing a second like gravity assist of the moon, and then they will return to Earth. So we will have 2 lunar flybys. This is the first one we're looking at right now. So, and I think in about maybe a week or so we will have the second one, right? So this is the second lunar flyby buff, where they basically use the moon's gravity, I think, to brake and to go back to the Earth. And by the way, my apologies for my English. I know I have a Dutch accent, so I hope you understand what I try to say here. So this is a pretty freaky, interesting orbit, I think. Right? So what do you think? I like this orbit. It's something different. It's not just a standard lunar orbit. They are going to speed up. They're going to fly beyond the moon. So this will be, I think, maybe the furthest a human-rated spacecraft or a crewed-rated spacecraft has ever been. I think something like that I read. Of course, there are a lot of robotic missions already taking place where spacecraft go to Mars and have gone to Mars and Jupiter and Saturn. And of course, the Voyager 1 mission from the 70s already reached, I think it's outside of our solar system right now. But anyway, this is the first like human-rated spacecraft or crewed-rated craft. How do you call that? That will go beyond the moon. So yeah, pretty exciting. So 7 minutes. So 100 people in the chat. Hi people. So let me stress again. I'm just going to watch the live stream of NASA in about 6 minutes. You're welcome to join. You're looking at some pictures I took of the moon. So I'm just a guy taking some pictures of the moon and the planets, and also taking pictures from deep sky objects from my backyard. So if you like to learn more about that particular stuff, then yeah, but of course I'm also interested in, we're finally going back to the moon with people. So yeah, I'm really excited about that. And that's why we're going to watch the lunar flyby in about, hopefully in about 6 minutes. But if I look at the tracker, the NASA tracker here, still 7,000. Oh. It's not counting down anymore. Let me, oh yeah, I have to open up here. So 7,500 miles to go. I think when I started the stream, what is it? Maybe 10 minutes or 30 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, it was 8,500. So it's going pretty fast actually, the countdown. So I would say 7,000. So what is this? If we calculate 7,500 divided by 60. Oh, maybe it's 1 to 2 hours still. But I hope we will also see like a video feed of that spacecraft approaching the moon. And once again, I think when we look at this, like the 3D, when I look at my own solar system app here, I have an app of the solar system. I think the Orion spacecraft is approaching the moon from behind, from the far side. So it would be super cool. I think that is the whole idea. They will go into retrograde, so I think they will go into the left. So that would actually mean that they could also, they will have some detailed live videos of the moon, hopefully. And also, they would have something like this, like the Earth that appears to rise on the lunar horizon, on the moon's horizon, but actually it would be the spacecraft that will be orbiting the moon. So I'm really hoping for that, like Earthrise kind of video or live view to appear. That would be awesome. So anyway, Now let me check out if they are already live. Here's the tracker again. So a lot of folks. I have to go to school, yeah. It's Monday morning, so they picked a good time. Or for me, it's Monday morning. Of course, for the US, it's like Sunday night, right? So they picked an interesting time to fly. But I think the orbit is such that they can. I don't know. I don't know why. Trying to read your chat. Many people here, 130. So thanks for watching here. Thanks for joining me. I'm a guy who's going to watch the live stream of NASA, and hopefully we will be able to get some live videos of the lunar surface. So the Orion spacecraft, as you can see, is approaching the moon pretty fast. And where am I? Here. So 7,400 miles to go. And I know it will be in the lunar orbit for, I think it will be 80 miles or 150 kilometers above the lunar surface. So hopefully we will be able to see these awesome videos of the surface of the moon made by the spacecraft, a live feed. That would be very cool. And of course, yeah, maybe that's also a nice question to ask. But let's first see if they are going live. Let me check. Now, they should go live in about 2 minutes. So are you ready for this? Christopher worked with Buzz Aldrin. Really? Was one of the most depressing things he's ever had to do in his life. Oh, leaving the moon was one of the most depressing things? Oh, that doesn't sound good. So yeah, it's unimaginable that it took 50 years to go back. I mean, I did it. I think if you look at the robotic missions of NASA, they are super impressive. So checking out the Jupiter system, Saturn system, visiting all the major planets in our system, the New Horizons project. They are also super exciting. And at the same time, the manned missions or the crewed missions, they restricted themselves to low Earth orbit for about 25 years with the International Space Station. So that had, of course, I mean, yeah, it was interesting to see like how long people could stay in space, and they did some interesting research, of course. But yeah, I mean, it is. I think this is far more exciting. People getting back to deeper space, or actually still it's our backyard. But getting back to the planets in our solar system would be super awesome to witness for the upcoming decades. I think that's also something we need, something positive in these times. So that's why I'm watching. And here are my pictures. So if you like planetary imaging and astrophotography, by all means, from space or off space. So let me see if they are actually going live. Let's F5 this to be sure. Still waiting. I think Tom Hanks had the worst. Yeah, Tom Hanks. Of course, he was in a Hollywood studio. So Apollo 13 never reached the moon, right? They ran into technical trouble and they had to make it home alive. That's also an accomplishment in itself, of course, to survive space. So guys, my timer is at 0, but I see we're still waiting for the live feed. I will put it up as soon as I see something happening. So, yeah, actually, what can we do? Maybe another question. Oh, but I can actually, apparently I can only ask yes or no questions with that poll. Blue, where is it? Plus, start a poll, start Q&A. Start Q&A? Nah. Maybe I should do this. How long is the delay? I'm trying to put a poll up. Oh, I can't put answers in. Ah, come on. Why not? So, let's try this one. How long does it take to make a phone call to the moon? So guys, if you are liking this, give the video a like. Let me check out the NASA live feed. Now it's still not live. Here you can watch it here. Let me enlarge that a bit. So we're waiting for this to go live. Or I am waiting for this to go live. Yeah, not yet. I'm always pressing F5. I'm quite neurotic about these things. No, this is still not live. So, what did we see? So this is my day today, Stellarium. So I'm at the Netherlands, actually. So that's the northwest of Europe. It's day for me. It's about 11:15. And we do have the moon in the sky, as you can see. So this is a visualization of my my sky. If it were to be like clear, I mean, it's super cloudy right now. I can't see any astronomical objects. I don't see the moon. I don't see the sun. It's super cold. It rained last night. But anyway, the moon is pretty close to the sun right now. And actually, we had a partial lunar eclipse across Europe and also Asia and the Middle East. And in the Netherlands, we were able to see about 25% of the sun covered by the moon. So that was super nice to look at. Hey, I'm thinking the stream is live. Let's check it out. Oh, here we go. We already have a live view. Oh, that's super cool. Oh, man. Yeah, this is what I was hoping for. So they're immediately switching. I think this is an immediate switch to a live feed of the Orion spacecraft. That's cool. Can you also hear the audio of the video? I think so. Let's...
Orion continues to grow closer to the moon. We are now only 7,166 miles away. That's a change of 100 miles since our first check-in this morning. You can track Orion's place in the flight all throughout at NASA.
That's what I just tried to say.
As we grow closer to the moon, of course, we continue to distance ourselves from Earth, now over 233,429 miles away. Orion traveling at
this is so cool.
15 miles per hour.
What? Let's check out the tracker. We can also do that ourselves now. So here's the tracker. So velocity 406 miles per hour. Apparently. Distance to Earth 233 miles. So this is a live view. That is so awesome.
When Orion conducts the outbound powered flyby burn this morning, it will propel it. It will change the delta velocity by 586 feet per second. This is a 2-minute and 30-second burn. That's longer in comparison to some of those OTC burns we're seeing, which last typically 30 seconds or less.
Buzz Lightyear. Where's Buzz Lightyear? I'm not Buzz. So guys, what do you think? It's still like they are like 7,000 miles away. So we have definitely a wide field camera. Just, I think this is just a regular, maybe a GoPro camera on that Orion spacecraft. Oh, I should wait. I should make some adjustments so you can actually see it a bit better. No, that's not it. So let me do it like this. Trying to give you a better view here. That's about the same. Nah. No, we can. I might as well do it like this then. But here we go. I don't see a lot of surface details yet. If I compare it to my pictures, I hope they will get closer. They will get closer, 80 miles. So we are now, right now, at 7,000 miles away.
Again, you're looking at, obviously, the outbound powered flyby burn will begin at 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 7:44. The closest approach itself will happen about 7:57. Will be about 80 miles above the lunar surface.
Yep. Cool.
The powered flyby is the first of a pair of maneuvers that's required to enter a distant retrograde orbit around the moon. The second will be the distant retrograde insertion maneuver.
So a distant retrograde orbit around the moon. That's 3D orbit I tried to show you. Let me just put it up quickly.
Retrograde insertion will happen on Friday. It's currently slated for coverage to begin at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. For distant retrograde insertion itself to occur at 4:52 p.m.
Yeah, that's a bit tricky because I'm not in the US. So for those of you in the US, those times actually make sense, I think. But if I look at this orbit, so right now we will have these live views. Oh, let me put away that tracker.
Yesterday we entered the lunar sphere of influence at 2:09 p.m. Eastern Time. Will remain in that sphere of influence, meaning the moon has the greatest gravitational pull on Orion until we prepare for distant retrograde insertion. So we anticipate to exit the gravitational sphere of influence of the moon on Thursday, November 24th.
Cool. Thursday, November 24th. Did you hear that? Thursday, November 24th. Write that down. I should add the text. Real live feed. Credits. NASA. Because there are a lot of tracking websites out there. Real live feed. Credits. NASA. Okay guys, sorry for that. But I have to put that up. I mean, credit where credit's due. Oof. I'm playing around with this image, by the way. That's not NASA. Oh, it's like, yeah, okay. I thought we saw the full moon there, but it's already, yeah, it's like approaching at a super high speed of like 422 miles per hour, apparently. That's not so super fast. And we're still 7,000. Let me put that up here. Oh no, the tracker was not counting out. 6,800 miles away.
Orion is now less than 7,000 miles away.
Yeah.
Approximately 6,914 miles away from the moon. This animation, again, you can watch on nasa.gov/track Artemis any time of the day or night.
This one. That's this image.
Spacecraft is traveling 438 miles per hour.
But I prefer this feed. I hope they will stay with the live feed like this. So once again, I'm just a guy doing some astrophotography and planetary imaging, and I'm psyched to see these live images of the Orion spacecraft approaching, I think, what appears to be the far side of the moon. So I think we can also check out. Maybe we should just stay with the live feed, right? So I think, just very quickly, I think this is the image we're getting, right? This is the far side of the moon. So this is an actual representation of here, of our position in here, solar system. So right now, this is an actual representation of where the moon and the Earth is in its orbit around the sun. So when we're looking at the moon, we can actually see that this is the far side of the moon, and the Earth is exactly behind, I think. Anyway, let's go back to that live feed. Oh, here we go. So yeah, the moon is approaching pretty fast. They have some blurry images. Hey NASA, where's the high resolution? I think this is just a regular camera, right? Or maybe it's also YouTube with yeah, maybe, I don't know. I mean, if you look at my pictures of the moon, don't want to brag or anything, but they are better. I think when we are going to approach the moon, it will be awesome. Yeah, this is definitely the far side, right? So we have that, like, let me compare to the, can I zoom in here? So that, oh, it's like upside down, but here you definitely see that blob here. I think it's upside down in this view. So when we compare it to this, oh, sorry, the live view here, and this is definitely the far side. Cool. A shadow in space. Yeah, of course, the sun will also shine on the Orion spacecraft. So yeah, definitely we're going to see some shadows. I mean, that's not different from the Earth. Artemis is bigger than the moon, yeah. This is definitely a wide field camera. And who's that? Johnny. Oh, South Australians still not buying it. Why not, man? We know that this actually happens. But yeah, you're welcome to have your own opinion.
As we grow closer to the moon and it continues to take up more and more of the frame, it's easier to make out some of those craters.
Yes.
And again, this is a view from a camera mounted on the tip of one of the wings of Orion's solar arrays. There are 4 solar arrays on Orion, and in total, they can generate about 11 kilowatts of power.
Super awesome. 11 kilowatts of power. That's good.
This helps Orion not rely on battery power the entire time, and it's a major difference between the Orion capsule and the Apollo capsules, whereas the Apollo capsules used fuel cells instead of solar arrays.
Okay. So 11 kilowatts generated by the solar arrays. I know that I have about 3,000 kilowatts on my house. I think it is possible. It's like 16 solar panels will generate that kind of power. And of course, you don't have any clouds in space. I'm kind of jealous.
We're now 6,700 miles away from the moon.
Away from the
Orion
moon.
is traveling 456 miles per hour.
Let me check that tracker again. I think we can see it here. Here. Yeah, 6,700 miles away. This is going very fast. I think this will be over in about 1 or 2 hours. So that's perfect. Whoa, this is so cool. So this is, of course, the virtual view. You can, yeah, the lady already announced it. You can go to the Artemis website of NASA. And this is actually a tracker you see in a lot of live streams. But they just put up a website. I mean, what is that? So you go to nasa.gov/specials/track Artemis, and you can really track the mission in real time. So that's pretty cool. So you have an Orion spacecraft approaching the moon, and you have also a mission view. But let's go back to the live feed, because that's far more interesting at the moment.
Again, today we are flyby currently scheduled for 2 hours and less than 14 minutes from now.
Yeah.
That'll be at
2 hours and less than 40.
7:44 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be targeting that closest approach at 7:57 a.m.
Really?
When Orion will be about 80 miles above the lunar surface.
2 hours still? Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I thought it would be like in maybe a half an hour or 45 minutes.
Powered flyby is a 2-minute and 30-second burn. This is the longest planned burn for Orion until the return powered flyby. Currently targeted at about 3.5 minutes.
Okay, so they're speeding up right now. That's what I wanted to say. They're speeding up. And Q&A.
While the outbound powered flyby burn sets us up for the distant retrograde insertion maneuver, the return powered flyby will instead prepare us and put us on the proper trajectory for our splashdown.
Yeah. So that's the orbit they're talking about again. So I like this GIF file. So this is the first thing we are watching this. So we had the launch and now the red line represents the Orion spacecraft approaching the moon. And instead of slowing down, they're going to speed up. So let's watch this. So they're speeding up, buff, and then they're going far beyond the orbit of the moon. And then as a second gravity assist, I guess, they will use the moon to slow down and drop back to Earth. Super cool. So this is the first one. They speed up. They will go beyond the orbit of the moon. The moon is just the red of the white circle around the blue dot representing the Earth, and the red line representing the Orion spacecraft. And then they will splash down. And I think the total mission will be about like 21 days. So this is the live view again. So yes, still a bit blurry. 7,000 miles away. Or 6,000 maybe. Let's check the tracker again. 6,500 miles away. So this is going pretty fast. So I'm not sure why it would take 2 hours. Maybe they will go into an orbit and they will first have like the dark side. I don't know. Let's check it out. We will be seeing this, how this unfolds. So yeah, definitely, I think this is the far side of the moon. If we check, this is like also a virtual representation. I have this solar system scope app I really like. So this is like the actual position of the moon in the sky right now. So for me, in Europe, you can see it here. For us, it's daytime. So it's now 11:30. You can see Africa and Europe here. So if you go back to the moon, I think the Orion spacecraft, but this is only my. I think we are seeing this, like the far side of the moon. This is of course, the picture we are used to seeing, the face of the moon that is always facing the Earth. But I think the Orion spacecraft is approaching the far side, which looks like this. So apologies again for my English. I'm terrible at this. So let's go back to that live feed. Super cool to watch. So this is happening very fast. The moon is starting to cover the NASA logo. Yes, Christopher. That's what we want to see. We want to see some detailed images. Because yeah, I actually the size it is. Okay, maybe not. I have to say two things. First of all, if you look at the size of the moon, if you have a good quality, like a Canon or like a regular DSLR camera with maybe a 400mm lens, you can take this picture. But I stand corrected because this is the far side of the moon, so we would never be able to take this actual picture of the moon if you're on Earth. But definitely, I mean, we have 7,000, 6,000 miles to go. So, yeah, that picture will become clearer and clearer. 6,400. I'm sorry, I'm playing around with these things. So 6,400 miles to go. I'm really excited about this. So if you tuned in a little bit later, I'm just a guy who is imaging the moon and the planets. I like astrophotography and planetary imaging. So I also put up a couple of pictures here on my own pictures, which you can't see. Here they are. So these are my own pictures taken from my backyard with my telescope. And if you look at the craters from my pictures, they are still like all of these craters. They are on average about like 50 to 100 kilometers across, so about 50 to 70 miles. And I really hope to see some detailed close-up images made by the Orion spacecraft, because the spacecraft will be about 80 miles, so 150 kilometers above the lunar surface. So that would be great too. I'm really excited about that. Anyway, the sun is shining directly on it.
2 hours and 8 minutes until the outbound powered flyby burn. The outbound powered flyby burn is scheduled for 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time, when Orion will be 328 statute miles above the moon, traveling at 5,023 miles per hour. That's in contrast to the current positioning. Orion is 6,400 miles away from the moon, traveling 487 miles per hour. At the time of closest approach, Orion will be 81 statute miles above the moon, traveling at 5,101 miles per hour. Again, we're tracking closest approach for 6:57 a.m. Central Time, 7:57 a.m. Eastern.
7:57. Eastern Time. I think that's in about 2 hours, right? So I think in about 2 hours the spacecraft will actually be at that position, at 80 miles above the moon's surface. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer than I thought, but I will keep watching. Yeah, the dark side of the moon isn't always dark, I see. Yeah, that's of course true. If we look at that solar system again, we can look at it.
And even though...
Oh. She's going to talk again.
Orion will be passing around the far side of the moon today. We are currently at 233,349 miles away from Earth. This will not be our greatest distance from Earth during the mission. That will occur when Orion is in the distant retrograde orbit on next Monday, November 28th, at 3:05 p.m. Central Time, 4:05 p.m. Eastern, at 268,552 miles.
Okay, let's go back to that live feed then. I wanted to show you something. So
again, everything on track for the outbound powered flyby burn today at 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time. Orion now less than 6,300 miles away from the moon, moving at almost 500 miles per hour.
Yes, so going back to that question about why is the moon lit on the far side? If you look at my solar system scope model representation, real-time representation of the solar system, you can see that here we have the sun. So let's zoom in on the moon. Here we have the Earth. And as you can see, the sun is shining actually on the far side of the moon right now. So that's why we are able to see this fully lit far side of the moon. We are calling it the dark side, but obviously it's not always dark. It depends on the moon's orbit around the Earth. So it will take, we can maybe also speed up. Oh, this is not so easy to watch, I think. Maybe we should focus on the Earth and then zoom out. So you can, of course, you know that the moon is orbiting the Earth. So then we see that here, maybe in about 15 days.
NASA.gov/track Artemis site. You can join this site at any time throughout the mission. We are
the views will be different, right?
24/7 as we
anyway
continue our journey around the moon and back to Earth. You'll be able to track the velocity, distance from the Earth, and distance to the moon at any time you choose.
I will stop playing around with my 3D model here. Let's go back to that real-time view. Is the moon already a little bit bigger in the view? Hopefully. Here we go. Yeah, I'm starting to make out some details. We can definitely see some craters. But anyway, what I just was trying to explain is that, of course, the moon is in orbit around the Earth. So
If you're just joining us, you're watching a live.
so the sun will be like in different. The sun will be shining on the moon during the entire month, and then different parts of the moon will be lit.
Spacecraft now 6,220 miles away from our closest celestial neighbor, traveling 507 miles per hour. Orion launched atop the SLS on November 16th at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. This is an uncrewed flight test. However, we do have some purposeful passengers on board. One of those is Munikin Campos, named after Arturo Campos, who was a valuable player during the Apollo 13 mission in Mission Control Houston.
Okay, that's interesting.
Commander Munikin Campos is a mannequin that will allow us to measure radiation, acceleration, and vibration data throughout the mission. The info gathered from him and the other two phantom mannequins, Helga and Zohar, will help us prepare for future crewed missions.
So if I understand correctly, they put some dolls in the spacecraft representing humans with all the sensors attached to it to just look at, I don't know. Oh, it would be nice to have then an inside view. We could actually be able to see, we should be able to see those mannequins, right? That would be interesting. Gina, yeah, 240 people. Yeah, I'm just looking at the real live feed of NASA. All credits go to NASA, of course. But I'm super excited as a planetary imager and a photographer just to look at what kind of video feed we will get when the Orion spacecraft is super close to the moon. So it will be at about 80 miles or 150 kilometers above the lunar surface. And hopefully we will get some awesome pictures. We will get some awesome videos. Just switching back to the tracker. So once again, the tracker is available on their site. So just go to NASA and look at the mission website of Artemis 1. You will be able to see this this particular tracker. A lot of people show this on a live stream for the last couple of days I saw, but you can just go to their website and then you can play around with it. So this is the Orion view, but you can also have a mission view here. So how it exactly works, you can zoom in, zoom out. So here you see, I think, the entire orbit of like the whole mission with, I think, with both the moon's orbit and the trajectory of the path Orion will take on this mission. So this is the first approach, close approach of the moon. Then they will go far outside the orbit of the moon, and then there will be a second close flyby where they, I think, use the moon's gravity to slow down and go back to Earth, as you can see on the tracker itself. So and this is just a virtual view of the Orion spacecraft approaching the moon. So, and this is a real-time view. This is a live feed.
Orion is 6,034 miles away from the moon. We've already increased. We have already grown 1,000 miles closer since when we began our broadcast this morning, just 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, so why does it still take 2 hours?
Continue to increase in velocity, now 530 miles per hour for the spacecraft on the maiden voyage of Artemis 1. At the time of the OPF burn at 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time, Orion will be traveling at 5,023 miles per hour.
Wow, so it will speed up for 10 times. Because it's slowly captured, or it's being captured by the moon's gravity, so it will speed up.
The team gave the go for Orion to conduct the outbound powered flyby maneuver on Saturday during their daily meeting. teams are tracking no issues that would prevent the spacecraft from entering into distant retrograde orbit.
Yep. So super cool. Once again, I have this 3D orbit from the ESA website because I'm European. But anyway, look at this cool trajectory they have for Orion. So I already showed it to you, but once again, so they will like increase their speed and then go far outside the orbit of the moon, and then they will approach the moon for a second time. That will be maybe in about, I don't know, a week, 10 days from now, and then they will use the moon's gravity to go back to Earth. So the red line is representing the orbit of Orion, the Orion spacecraft. The white dot is representing the orbit of the moon around the Earth, and the blue dot is actually the Earth. It represents the Earth. So that's a super interesting orbit we are going to witness in this mission, on this mission. And I'm kind of puzzled because they are approaching at high speed and they will speed up because they are caught in the moon's gravity, or the spacecraft will be caught up in the moon's gravity. So why does it then still take 2 hours to get to that 80-mile distance from the surface? I'm a bit puzzled because when I started the stream, I think we had about 8,000 miles to go, and we're now at 5,000, so it's going pretty fast, and Orion is definitely speeding up, as you can see, 540 miles per hour, and they just announced that it will get to 5,000. Anyway, super cool to watch. Hopefully the moon is getting more and more detailed. I think they have just have a wide field GoPro camera on that Orion spacecraft. Does anybody know? I can find it out, of course. So yeah, still, I'm expecting better images from NASA than here. These are some of the images I took from of course, the side of the moon that is facing the Earth. So this would be a wide field picture I took with my telescope of the full moon in this case. But you can go pretty close if you want to buy a telescope and attach a camera to that telescope. Here, this is Jupiter I imaged 2 days ago. So yeah, basically I am a planetary imager and an astrophotographer. Here, this is like the Montes Apenninus on the moon, with the highest mountain peak is on the moon is about, I thought, about 5,000 kilometers. So that's about half the size of Mount Everest. So these are some of the close-up images I was able to take. So I'm expecting when they are getting close to that 80 miles above the lunar surface, we will be getting some awesome images, right? That's mainly why I'm watching. But also, this is just the first time in 50 years that finally a human-rated spacecraft is approaching the moon again. I mean, that's awesome in itself, right? There are some amazing remastered footage of the landings that are in HD and incredible to watch if you haven't seen them yet. Christopher, thanks for the suggestion. I will check that out. So yeah, we still have 2 hours to go. Maybe we should... Let's see. What can I do here? Those mountains are cool. Thanks. So there was also another thing I read about. So it's unfortunate that I cannot do polls that have other answers than yes or no. Oh, here we go again.
Miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer as we prepare for the outbound powered flyby burn targeted for 7:44 a.m. Central Time.
Oh, I can. Okay.
powered flyby burn is the first of a pair of maneuvers that we need to enter that distant retrograde orbit beyond the moon. Today's burn at 7:44 will bring Orion closest to the moon, about 80 miles above it, at 7:57 a.m. Eastern Time. We also expect to lose communication with the spacecraft as it passes behind the moon for 34 minutes starting at 7:26 a.m., but we will stay on air until it re-emerges and we regain communications. It will be with the Goldstone ground station as part of NASA's Deep Space Network.
All right. Cool. So yeah, if we have 2 hours to look at this stream, I was expecting this would go by very fast. Let's do some polls. So how long does it take to call somebody on the moon? There's nobody there yet, but... So how long does it take to call someone on the moon?
Orion entered the lunar sphere of influence yesterday at 2:09 p.m. Eastern Time. That means the moon instead of the Earth is the main gravitational force acting on the spacecraft. Additionally, this morning, Orion completed the 4th outbound trajectory correction burn. These are pre-planned burns to keep Orion on course throughout the mission. And that 4th burn was executed at 7:44 a.m. 1:44 a.m. Eastern Time. We are targeting 7:44 a.m. for the outbound powered flyby.
Whoa. So yeah, they have to do these small correction burns to stay on course, apparently. So the wobble, yeah, that might be something to do with me rescaling the picture. Let me check it out. So I'm rescaling the picture to show it to you here in my live studio. Let me reposition the live feed. So yeah, let me know. So super cool to watch. We're approaching the moon, finally. Maybe put it like this. Is this better? Hey, Western country astronomer knows everything. So how long does it take to call somebody on the moon? That was the poll I put up because we still have some miles to go. Oh, sorry. I lost the feed there. Here you go. And the tracker is mentioning that we still have quite some 5,594 miles to go, but we are quickly approaching the moon. The Orion spacecraft is speeding up. Right now it's going 587 miles per hour. And we're going to get to 5,000. Super cool. So this is the tracker. This is the real live feed NASA's giving us. Moon is definitely getting bigger. Here, I think they have some trouble with focusing their camera on the moon. It is focused on Orion, and so it should be refocused. It should refocus a bit on the moon, but I'm really interested in seeing if they will manage to do so. I hope so. There should be somebody who can control the focus of the camera, right? Remote control the focus of the camera, because otherwise we will just see the Orion spacecraft clearly in view, but not the moon. Actually, if the moon is very close, you will see it, I think.
Now just 5,520 miles from the moon and approaching. Again, this is nasa.gov/track Artemis. You can keep up with Orion's mission and its location during the flight at any time. We continue to increase the velocity as well, now approaching 600 miles per hour. And at the time of the outbound powered flyby burn, we'll be traveling at 5,023 miles per hour. Outbound powered flyby burn will be executed at 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time, 1 hour and 47 minutes from now.
1 hour and 47 minutes. Cool. So still some ways to go. Sorry guys, I'm still trying to give you the best views. So here we go, still. We are like 5,492 kilometers away. Oh, 5,470, actually. So this is a live feed. And hopefully the moon will get closer and closer. And yeah, like I said before, I think we are approaching the far side of the moon here. When we look at the solar system here. So this is a virtual view of the solar system. The sun is shining on the far side of the moon at the moment because the moon is in the sky right now during the day. So the far side of the moon is fully lit by the sun, and I'm hoping that the Orion spacecraft will approach the moon, and then we will be able to see maybe an Earthrise when Orion spacecraft goes around the moon. So that would be super cool to watch. So that's what I was hoping for. Well, that's what I'm looking at. Hopefully we will be able to see that. So, and what about that pole? And pole. Can we see it? So, still 30% thinks that it will take 10 minutes to call someone on the moon. 28% thinks 1 second. 1 minute, 20%, and 30 seconds, 18%. 77 votes counted. That's amazing. So some of you apparently think it will take 10 minutes. Well, I can ease your wait, I have to adjust this. I can soothe your mind by stating that it will only take about 1 second to call somebody on the moon. So the moon is about 300,000 kilometers away. Not really, but about. And of course light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second. So we can send a message or we can do a phone call, and you will notice like a 1 second lag in your phone call. So that's definitely doable. So Mars is, of course, another story. That's also a nice thing to say, I think. Hopefully you like this. So when we go beyond the moon, because the moon is basically our backyard, if I'm completely honest. So if we look at the solar system, let's go back to the solar system here. I wanted to quickly show you something. So if you're going to watch planets in the night sky, try to find Mars, because if you can see it here. So this is an actual representation of our solar system. Mars is super close to Earth right now. Here, it's almost at opposition, as we call it. So right now is the best time to watch Mars in the night sky. So right now is one of the best times to watch Mars in the night sky. Just look east in the night sky to watch it, to see it.
Miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer, traveling 619 miles per hour.
So here we're back to the live view. I can't speak English, but I can read it. Kenzo, no worries. my English is pretty mediocre. So yeah, trying to get by. Somebody called the man on the moon to wake up. Yeah, he can finally hitch a ride back home. But Orion will be passing the moon at 5,000 miles per hour, so I think it will be quite difficult for that man, if there would be a man on the moon, to catch that ride. He should maybe have his own spacecraft and go about 5,000 miles per hour to be able to catch the Orion spacecraft. Christopher dropping some knowledge here. It takes a little over 8 minutes for light to get from the sun to the moon. And then a second to get to the Earth. Yeah. So it's 8 hours and 20 minutes to be exact. Actually, I did a shorts video on it. I was amazed to find out that a photon created by nuclear fusion in the sun, it takes that photon about 170 years on average to reach the sun's surface. And from the sun's surface, it only takes about 8 minutes and 20 seconds to reach us, actually, to reach Earth. So that photon has to struggle like in the inner core, in the radiation zone of the sun, where it encounters a lot of particles and plasma, and it takes that photon of light 170 years to reach the surface on average. So that I was amazed by that fact, actually.
Again, you're watching
anyway,
live coverage ahead of the
off topic.
Flyby burn as we prepare to make our closest approach to the moon. It'll be about 80 miles above the lunar surface. This is the second burn that will be executed this morning. The first occurred successfully at 1:44 a.m. Eastern Time. That was the OTC-4 burn, which stands for Outbound Trajectory Correction Burn, ensuring Orion is on the proper path for its future mission.
Yeah, so once again, for those of you who have tuned in a little bit later, this is the orbit that Orion is going to take. So the red line representing the Orion spacecraft, the white line representing the moon in orbit around the Earth, and the blue dot is the Earth in the middle. So check out this interesting path that the Orion spacecraft will take on this mission. So it will first approach the moon. Now it is speeding up, actually, and then it will go beyond the orbit of the moon, so farther into space. And then it will do a second lunar flyby to break and get back to Earth. So that's super exciting to see that the path that the Orion spacecraft is making for this mission. So yeah, once again here. So pretty cool. And let's have another look at that tracker. So now at 5,000 miles from the lunar surface. So I'm going to take a quick cup of coffee. I will be back in about 2 minutes. Enjoy the view of the moon. I hope it will improve. Right now the camera is definitely focused on the spacecraft and not on the moon, but we can already see some craters. And like I said before, this is most probably the far side of the moon. So I'm hoping that Orion will go into orbit around the moon for a little bit, and also maybe we will have the Earth in the background. That would be awesome to see. So see you in 5 minutes. So guys, I'm back. Just took a cup of coffee here. So once again, yeah, I guess it's obvious, but we are looking at the live feed, video feed of the Orion spacecraft approaching the moon.
900 miles away from the moon. Again, a large distance change in the time that we've been on air, less than an hour now.
Yep. Here's the tracker.
Started at over 7,000 miles away from the moon.
4,890.
We're traveling at 684 miles per hour. Just to put it in perspective, we are now
688.
1,190 miles away from Earth.
Cool. So you can check out that live tracker on their site, the website.
Flyby burn. That'll be at 7:44 a.m. Eastern, 1 hour and 34 minutes from now.
Okay, we're great. We're getting there. I can wait for 1 hour.
We're tracking no issues ahead of the outbound powered flyby burn. This is the first of 2 maneuvers that will put us in the distant retrograde orbit beyond the moon.
A distant retrograde orbit. Cool. I'm learning every time she talks. So guys, if you're just watching here, I'm an astrophotographer and a planetary imager. So I like taking pictures of space from my backyard. So if you like that, obviously looking at the live feed NASA is providing us, where the Orion spacecraft is in the field of view here. You can see it on the left side. And this is a live camera, and we're going to fly by the moon today. Or NASA is going to do that with that spacecraft. So I'm super excited to see what kind of detailed images they will be able to get when the spacecraft will be close to the lunar surface. It will approach the surface at about 80 miles above it. So 80 miles above the moon's surface, or 150 kilometers. As we like to mention things in kilometers here in northwestern Europe, where I am. I'm Dutch, I'm from the Netherlands. So anyway, we are also looking at the far side of the moon. And I'm guessing we're going to see some incredibly detailed surface images. And like I showed you before, these are some images I took myself. Let me just quickly show you. So these are some lunar images I took myself. It's not so hard to photograph the moon, if I'm completely honest. It's one of the easier targets. And if you have a decent focal length telescope, you can look at all these great mountain ranges and craters on the moon. So definitely something to consider if you did not already try to take a picture of the moon, or yeah. So anyway, this is where I'm coming from, and I'm of course super excited to see that after 50 years we are finally, or NASA and the international partners like ESA, the European Space Agency, we are finally getting back to the surface of the moon. Or at least first in orbit around the moon with an unmanned spacecraft. And of course I think Artemis 2 will be manned. And Artemis 3 will actually land on the moon, I think. Anyway, let's go back to that live view. So we have about 1 hour to kill to hopefully see these high quality images. Maybe I should let's do another poll. I will put up another poll. What will I ask? Oh, this might be an interesting one. I might have mentioned it already. Start a poll. You hear me typing? Oh, my feet. This is. I will do this in meters.
Taking a view from nasa.gov/track Artemis, also known as ARROW, the Artemis real-time orbit website. You can log on at any time, day or night, and any phase of the mission, and check out what Orion is doing and where it is in relation to the moon and the Earth. You can see here we are now 4,722 miles from the moon and continuing to grow closer, traveling 715 miles per hour.
Cool. Still having trouble with putting that pole up. It's here, I guess.
Now less than an hour and a half until the outbound powered flyby burn. Again, this is a 2 minute and 30-second burn. It'll take place around the far side of the moon and commits Orion to entry into distant retrograde orbit. There's a second part that's necessary, the distant retrograde insertion burn. That'll happen on Friday, November 25th, and that'll put us in the proper distant retrograde orbit.
So how high is the highest mountain on the moon? How high is the highest mountain on the moon? And I'm sorry for this, but yeah, I'm from Europe, so I'm measuring everything in meters and not in feet. Let's look again at that live feed. So 4,600 miles to go. And you can definitely see Orion speeding up here, 736 miles per hour now. It will reach about 5,000 miles per hour. $18,000 meters. So you think 18 kilometers? I'm gonna guess and not Google it. Yeah, of course you can Google it. Yeah. Code 9, this is not CGI, this is an actual image of the moon. This is a live video feed we're looking at, provided by NASA, and that apparently put a wide field camera on their Orion spacecraft. So that's cool. So the tracker is definitely CGI, as you can see here. So they also provide a real-time tracker to see where the spacecraft is at the moment, and we are approaching the moon. So still 4,552 miles to go. And I'm really psyched to see that, yeah, after all these years, we're finally going back with real people to the moon. Is my Edge HD brand new out of the box, or did I use a used one? No, I bought it about 2 years ago. My Edge HD. So it was a new one. But I saw that if you look at telescopes today, the inflation is really hurting the price of the telescopes. So it would definitely be a good idea to look at the second-hand market, or yeah, buying if you're interested in an Edge HD, to buy it from somebody who use it already at a decent price. Of course, when money is not an option or not a problem for you, then go for it and buy a C11.
Now less than 4,500 miles away from the moon, continuing to grow closer ahead of the outbound powered flyby burn. Again, we're looking for that burn in an hour and 25 minutes from now, 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time. Orion is traveling at 757 miles per hour. This is a live view from the spacecraft itself. It is from a camera mounted on one of the solar array wings.
Okay.
We will lose communication with the spacecraft as it passes behind the moon. That loss of communication will occur for approximately 34 minutes, and again, we're tracking that here. That loss of communication will start at 7:26 a.m., so 1 hour and 7 minutes from now.
Cool.
We'll remain on air throughout the time that Orion is out of reach from our satellites here on Earth.
So yeah. So there will be like a temporary loss, not loss of signal, yeah, maybe loss of signal, I don't know. So they're going to make, I think they're going into orbit a little bit around the moon. So we then have to wait for an extra half an hour for the signal to get back to Earth, or to re-establish the signal with the Orion spacecraft. That will be cool, I think, because when I'm looking at the 3D solar system I have here, so what I'm thinking, let's go back to the actual representation. So here are the moon is here right now. So yeah, obviously, let us check it out. So here's the moon, and yeah, the Orion spacecraft is definitely approaching the moon from the far side. So there will be apparently a short blackout. They're going into retrograde orbit. So what I'm thinking is, when they do get a signal with Orion being about 18 miles above the lunar surface, we will also be able to see, hopefully see, the Earth in the background. And this is the Earth, the actual representation right now. So you can see it's daytime here where I am in Europe, in the Netherlands, also in Africa. And it's interesting that they picked this particular time, because I think it's still night in the US, right? So people are waking up, and then it will already have happened, I think. Anyway, interesting. So let's go back to that live feed. Here, the moon is definitely getting bigger. Let's take a look at the tracker. 4,322 miles to go. So since the start of my live stream, I think we already have, we cut the distance in half. Like, I started streaming at 8,000 miles, and we're already at 4,000 miles, and the spacecraft is speeding up. So hopefully we will see some interesting detailed images in about maybe 30 minutes already, right? Playing Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. Cool. So how about that poll? I can put some music on if you want to enhance the experience. Oh. Something. Here we go. So let's close that poll. So how high is the highest mountain on the moon? So 32% says 5,486, 29, 10,000 meters, 22%, 1,500 meters, and 502 meters, 16%. So thanks 62 people for voting. So of course the answer is 5,486 meters. So that's about a little bit higher than, what do we have? We have the Mont Blanc in Europe. So it's higher than the Mont Blanc in Europe. It's about half the size of Mount Everest. And the particular mountain is called Mons Huygens. And that's a Dutch name. That's a Dutch astronomer named after Christian Huygens. And he's famous for discovering Titan. So that's the largest moon around Saturn. So how are we doing with that spacecraft? Oh, they're trying, I think they're trying to refocus a bit. That would be wise.
Orion is now 4,182 miles away from the moon, 233,089 miles away from our home of planet Earth. This is a live view from the Track Artemis, or the nasa.gov/Track Artemis feature. It's a telemetry-driven animation called Arrow, the Artemis real-time orbit website that you can access anytime during the mission. That allows you to keep a look at where Orion is and what phase of the mission it's in, as well as take a look at what's coming up next for the spacecraft. What's coming up next this morning is the outbound powered flyby burn at 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time, when Orion will be 328 statute miles above the moon. This prepares us for the closest approach at 7:57 a.m. Eastern Time, when Orion will be just 81 statute miles above our lunar neighbor.
And that's what we are waiting for, of course.
Currently, the spacecraft's traveling 824 miles per hour, and during the time of OPF, the spacecraft will be traveling at 5,023 miles per hour.
Cool. So yeah, we're definitely speeding up, 830 miles per hour now. So you can look at the tracker on the NASA website. Just go to nasa.com, look for the Artemis mission, and there's a tab that shows track the mission, and you can then play around with the real-time tracker. They're showing the tracker right now, and not the camera. I'm surprised. I think they're trying to focus the camera on the moon instead of the spacecraft. Hopefully they will be successful also. So this is the tracker. And a lot of people put this up as a live stream. But I mean, you can go to that website, support NASA here. So you can see here, this is the entire mission where the Orion spacecraft will first intercept the moon today. Then it will go, you see the blue line here, it will go beyond the lunar orbit, the moon's orbit. Then it will intercept the moon for a second time, so we will have a second close approach. And then it will fall into the Earth's gravity again. So yeah, that's the mission. Pretty cool outline, I think. And you can also click on mission view and on like the Orion camera view, and that's the real-time view in CGI, of course. Let's see if they already put up. Yeah, here's the live feed again. Very different from the animation. You can clearly distinguish the two, I think. So here we're getting close to the moon. Pretty excited about that. I'm hoping for some real interesting, like detailed surface videos and images that NASA is able to share with us live today. So these are some of, this is not the moon. So just to remember, people who are just tuning in, I'm just a planetary imager, a guy who likes to look at the night sky, to photograph the night sky. These are some images I took of the moon. I'm always excited to see planets and deep sky objects, to photograph them. So if you're interested in like watching deep space or photographing deep space, please subscribe to the channel. But right now I was so excited just to see the Orion spacecraft in close approach, close flyby towards the moon. I just had to watch this, and I thought, well, why not watch it with you live? So that's what I'm doing right now. So obviously I'm not from the US, my English is not perfect. I'm from the Netherlands, from Europe, the northwestern part of Europe. And I was happy also to find out that we had a European service module, the ESA, the European Space Agency, built the service module for the Orion spacecraft. So the Artemis missions are definitely an international coalition of space agencies across countries working together to get humanity back to the moon. So I'm also very excited about that. So that we play an active part in it. Amazing pictures. Thanks, Gina. Mojita landing in the moon. Now we're not landing on the moon today, unfortunately. So for those of you who are still struggling with these Artemis missions, there are 3 Artemis missions. What I know is that this is the first mission where they are actually, you can see it, they are going to fly in close proximity to the moon. And they're just testing out the Orion spacecraft. They have put up a couple of mannequins, like a couple of mannequins inside the spacecraft. And I think all the life support systems are already on the Orion spacecraft. So they're checking out all the life support systems and of course the guidance systems. So that's pretty interesting. This is a first test where they are going to... So in the second Artemis mission, I don't know when it's planned. Will be maybe a couple of months or even a couple of years from now. Hopefully not. They will do their first manned mission. And the third Artemis mission is scheduled to land on the moon.
We are now less than 4,000 miles away from the moon. Actually, 3,900 to be exact, traveling at 876 miles per hour. We are 1 hour and 12 minutes away from the outbound powered flyby burn,
cool.
Scheduled for 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time. Everything on track for the burn this morning. At closest approach after the burn, we will be just 80 miles above the lunar surface. Again, this is an uncrewed flight test. We have no astronauts aboard the Artemis 1 mission. We're doing this mission in preparation for astronauts to fly aboard for Artemis 2 and our future missions in the Artemis program.
All right. So NGC 6543, welcome back. Looks like it's coming into view. Yeah, it is coming into view a little bit. Why is the picture blurred? Yes, Johnny. Good question. I think, I'm a photographer, and my opinion is that this camera is on one of the solar panels of the Orion spacecraft, and right now it's just focused on that spacecraft, so it has a close-up focus. So if I were there, I would just move that focus a little bit around to get the moon into focus instead of the spacecraft. So hopefully they're able to do that, but maybe this is just the standard focus. So if that is the case, we should wait until the spacecraft is only 80 miles or 150 kilometers above the lunar surface to really get these detailed images of the craters and the mountains on the moon. So yeah, I was also questioning that myself. Yeah, if I look like this is the NASA live feed. These are some pictures I took from my backyard. Why did I include Jupiter? Anyway, go away, Jupiter. So these are... Oh, I did like that time lapse. So these are some pictures you're able to take from your backyard. So this is Montes Apennines, one of my favorite spots on the moon. You see all the lunar craters. So yeah, definitely if you have some good quality telescopes and a decent camera, you can take these kind of images. So yeah, this is Copernicus crater, one of my favorite spots to image on the moon. Super nice. So when we go back to the live feed, now definitely they're not focused on the moon. They're focused on the spacecraft. So NGC 6543, you love Jupiter, yeah. It's the most interesting planet, I think, also to watch and to photograph. So actually, two days ago, I tracked Jupiter for over 3 hours because we had Io, one of the moons of Jupiter, transitioning in front of Jupiter.
Track Artemis anytime at nasa.gov/trackartemis through the Artemis real-time orbit website, also known as ARROW. That'll give you the stats on the spacecraft as well as where we are during the mission. This is live any time of the day or night, so when we're not on air, you can still keep up with where Orion is.
Okay. Oh, more people getting to that website now. I saw I'm looking at the tracker and it temporarily lost the connection. I guess that is because a lot of people are tuning in right now. So yeah, that is when they are making. They are highlighting their website. Of course, a lot of people are bound to get to that website. And the consequence is that we sometimes lose track of the tracker. Anyway, so yeah, this is obviously the CGI, the tracker itself they're showing. Still 3,675 miles to go. So distance from Earth about 233 miles, so that's almost about 300,000 kilometers. It is my deepest conviction that we are approaching the far side of the moon and not the surface that we are used to seeing from the Earth. The page won't load. Yes, that's it. It's back. It's back. Here. This is the tracker. Sometimes it goes out. I think because of the high traffic on the website now. So pretty cool to watch the tracker also. So definitely keep that in mind. You can always visit the website, NASA's website, and go to the tracker.
At the start of our broadcast, just an hour and 20 minutes ago, Orion was over 7,000 miles away from the moon.
Yep.
We're now coming up on 3,600.
It's getting exciting.
Miles away from the moon, 233,000 miles away from Earth, and traveling at 940 miles per hour. That velocity has increased as well and will continue to do so. At the time of the OPF, or outbound powered flyby burn, at 7:44 a.m. Eastern, Orion will be traveling at over 5,023 miles per hour.
So we're speeding up. Already almost 1,000 miles per hour now. But of course, when the Orion spacecraft was launched, it was going, of course, I think close to 28,000 kilometers per hour. I'm not very good at miles. So it slowed down quite significantly. And now it's speeding up again. Now, first it slowed down because, of course, it left the Earth's orbit, but it was still in Earth's gravity. So some people think that when you reach space, then all of a sudden gravity disappears. But that's not the case. So you have to travel at about 28,000 kilometers per hour to just stay in orbit around the Earth. And then it, of course, did some burns, some extra burns to get to the moon.
Flyby burn to take place 1 hour and 6 minutes from now. The go for that burn came 2 days ago from the mission management team when they met for their daily briefing.
So then the spacecraft, of course, slows down on its way to the moon because the Earth's gravity keeps on pulling on on the spacecraft. And right now, it's speeding up because the spacecraft obviously is in the moon's gravity. And that's all I know because I'm just an astrophotographer, a guy who likes to look at space from his backyard. Well, anyway, this is really interesting to see. They have both the live feed here, and you can also look at the tracker. 3,500 miles to go, and then they're close to 1,000 kilometers per hour in velocity. So yeah, I'm really curious what we will be able to see. Supersonic for some time. Is it possible to see the original moon landing sites? A UK Skywatcher. Not with a telescope. So once again, if you look at my images, and you can take them yourself. I mean, if you put some time into lunar photography, it's not so difficult to get these images. If you want to know how, I have some videos on my website about photography. I don't know, do I have photographing the moon? At least photographing the night sky. So these are some telescope images, and this is obviously Jupiter. I was very excited 2 days ago to be able to track moon Io in front of Jupiter, and we can also see the red spot. Anyway, back to the lunar images. So these are some moon images I took with my telescope. And just to give you, I wanted to show you this because your question was, can I see, for instance, the rover or the American flag on the moon? Well, that obviously I cannot do that, because if you look at those craters you see here in these pictures, they are already about 100 kilometers or about 60-70 miles across. So that's definitely a large. So this is Copernicus crater, about 100 kilometers in diameter. So definitely I'm not able to zoom in on the moon. No telescope on Earth is able to do that. So what we actually could do is what NASA's doing. It's going back to the moon. And I think when you have a good quality camera at about maybe 80 miles above the surface, or maybe even closer, of course you can see the, I would see the Apollo landing sites, in my opinion. Artemis is a girl, and it's in Virgo, so the mission is going well. Yeah, that's also something, because of course 50 years ago it was a completely male Apollo mission to the moon with some military pilots piloting the Apollo. And now we're going back with scientists, with men, women, different countries, different colors. So that, I think that's definitely something that needs to happen. And I'm glad that they are doing these Artemis missions. And hopefully we will get more. We will be able to land on the south pole of the moon. That's what they are aiming for in a couple of years. And hopefully this will be a great training ground to get also to finally to get to some other planets in our solar system. Of course, Mars being one of the most exciting planets and the closest planet also to get to. Aquarius is my moon. Yep. I'm also from, I was born in February, by the way. So yeah, I can relate. Paris Gina Kopoulos is here. Evcharisto. That's the only Greek I know. Iro took good pictures of all the landing sites. Okay, so there is Iro being probably a lunar orbiter, a satellite in orbit. So there are already some good quality pictures from the moon's orbit of the Apollo landing sites, according to Christopher here. Yep, Shep, this is really exciting, yeah. Myocarditis. Come on. Yeah, South Australian. I completely agree. They have this wide field camera on one of the solar panels, but they're not doing a lot with it. Not, yeah, okay. The moon is of course in the field of view, so that's nice. But
from the outbound powered flyby maneuver
could have
for 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time.
There's probably a reason for it, but
Orion is 3,300 miles away from the moon, traveling 1,025 miles per hour.
Is that true? Let's check out the tracker. Yeah, 3,260 miles to go, so definitely above 1,000 miles per hour in velocity now. Just go to the tracker. You can see this yourself. And once again, I think the orbit in this mission, like the path Orion takes in this mission, is pretty awesome. So the red line is representing Orion here, the white line the moon, and the blue dot is the Earth. So we are going to speed up here once again. So we are approaching the moon. Of course, the moon is in orbit around the Earth, so it's also moving. Orion will then speed up, go beyond the moon's orbit, then we'll have a second close flyby to reduce speed. And then it will splash down in the Pacific Ocean, I think. So the entire mission here will take about 3 weeks. And we are about 1 week in, I think. Is the tracker mentioning this? So 5 days, 4 hours and 57 seconds. So we are 5 days into the mission. So that's a question I cannot ask. How long does it take to fly to the moon? Now, apparently 5 days. Gina, don't take the chat over again. I think Faris is a like still a child. Faris, how old are you? Let us know. Let us know. German, Anna Klein, guten Tag. I'm from Soxbot Goes Live here. So guys and girls, welcome to the chat. We are welcome to this video. We're looking at a live video feed of a camera on the Orion spacecraft, NASA spacecraft, approaching the moon. Super cool. It's on one of the solar panels, this camera, and apparently it's focused on the spacecraft and it's not really focused on the moon yet. But we do see the moon quickly increasing in size. So I'm confident that at one point the moon will be in the will be focused and in view. So of course I'm hoping to see these super nice craters and mountain ranges on the moon. This is the tracker they have on their website. So 3,000 miles to go still, and we are speeding up to about 5,000 miles per hour. So, and there will be short blackout, 30-minute blackout, when the Orion spacecraft, I don't know why, is in orbit around the moon. So yeah, definitely I am expecting some higher quality images than this. They will be able to get them if they are staying with this wide field image. At one point, all the craters and the mountain ranges of the moon will be in focus when they are at a low enough distance. So here are some pictures I took with a backyard telescope. You can also do this yourself, or just buy some binoculars and watch the moon. You can see all these beautiful craters, mountain ranges. Definitely something to consider if you haven't done so already. And I'm just looking at this from also from a photography perspective. Super excited that we are finally going back to the moon with the Artemis program, so that's great. And I was always interested in space, so you're looking at a couple of images I took with a telescope. This is a time lapse I took 2 days ago of Io. This is a small moon that's orbiting Jupiter. Oh, here we go again.
This is a live view from a camera on the tip of Orion's solar array wing, aimed at our destination, the moon. We are now 3,098 miles away from the moon, traveling at 1,085 miles per hour, just 56 minutes away from the outbound powered flyby. That outbound powered flyby is targeted for 7:44 a.m. Eastern Time.
Here we go. Now they're doing something with the camera.
To have brought you this extended coverage this morning.
Exposure time is way out. There they go again.
Jones to take you all the way through outbound powered flyby.
Why aren't you showing that? That's not an issue. They should broadcast the fact that they're trying to get the camera in focus. I mean, that makes it real. But instead they are switching to the tracker. Anyway, I'm really interested in how they. You saw that the image became overexposed. That's also what I'm doing a lot. So you're trying to adjust the exposure of the camera, and you're trying to adjust the focus. So that's what they are hopefully doing right now, but they are not showing it. They think it's maybe amateuristic to show that. Oh, it is, but I would like to see it. So it makes it more real. It makes it, you can actually show that you're actually trying to get the moon in focus. But anyway, maybe I'm just nagging. So 3,000 miles to go. We're at 1,170 miles per hour. 5 days into the mission. This will be the first lunar flyby of 2. So once again, this is the orbit. Can I show you the orbit here? So this is the first lunar flyby. The Orion spacecraft will speed up, will go outside the orbit of the moon, so further into space, and then there will be a second flyby in about, I would say, maybe 1 or 2 weeks. 2 weeks perhaps, and then it will use the moon to brake and go back to the Earth. Pretty cool. So hopefully they are able to get the moon into view now. I'm sure they're now focusing, and in the meanwhile they are showing us these CGI images, basically the tracker. So let's go back to my pictures. So guys, once again, if I'm just a planetary imager, an astrophotographer, I like to look at space and the moon. So if you're interested in these kind of things and you want to learn more about astrophotography,
outbound powered flyby of Orion now scheduled for 53 minutes and 30 seconds from now.
are they back? Let's see.
Orion is already in the moon's sphere of influence.
I will switch back to the live view.
The team completed
Here we go,
a
here we go.
successful
Still not in focus.
direction burn.
Still not in focus.
This burn helps
Oh,
set
God.
us up for the OPF burn, again coming up in about 53 minutes from now.
Guys, turn the focus on that camera. Or
At
girls.
the time of the OPF burn, Orion will be 328 statute miles above the moon,
It is cool.
and then just a short time from then, Orion will complete its closest approach to the moon at 81 miles above the lunar surface. Now, during this time, we will not have signal with Orion because it will be traveling
Here you go, here you
behind
go.
the backside
Just trying to
of the
readjust the
moon.
camera.
However, we expect to regain communications once Orion swings back around to the other side and is back on the deep space network.
At least the camera is moving. 34, what's it saying? I cannot see it. 34, until it reaches the moon's orbit. But apparently we will go into blackout for 30 minutes or so when it reaches the orbit. Anyway, I'm not completely sure. I would expect, hey, they go out of... Oh,
The outbound powered flyby will send Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into what we call a distant retrograde orbit.
this orbit.
Following this, Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for one long elliptical orbit around the moon,
Here we go.
lasting about 6 days.
6
Now,
days.
This orbit is called distant due to the high altitude from the moon. It's about 40,000 miles past the moon in its orbit, which is actually 30,000 miles farther than the previous record set during Apollo 13.
Yeah.
And this will be the farthest in space any spacecraft built for humans will have ever flown. This orbit is
Highlight,
also called
built for humans.
retrograde because Orion will be traveling around the moon opposite the direction the moon travels around the Earth.
Okay, some
This DRO provides a highly stable orbit where little fuel is required to stay for an extended trip in deep space in order to put Orion's systems through its paces and to the tests in an environment far from Earth ahead of crewed flights.
Okay, some interesting things if he stops talking. First, the farthest any human-rated spacecraft has gone. that they should mention human-rated or crewed spacecraft because obviously NASA already sent robotic rovers to Mars and the Juno spacecraft to look at the Jupiter system, and there are even been missions like the New Horizons missions flying past Pluto, which is way out there in the solar system. So yeah, to make it sound interesting, and it is interesting, they say, hey, it's the farthest a human-rated spacecraft has ever gone. So that's interesting, I think. And I saw they were trying to reposition the camera a little bit, but I guess they are not. They cannot adjust the focus. They could adjust the aperture. I clearly saw them opening up the aperture, taking longer exposure pictures, which overexpose the moon. So I'm hoping that they also are able to control the focus, because right now the moon is a bit out of focus. I have to say, sorry, as a photographer. It's cool to watch though. Huh? Let's check out the tracker again. So still 2,700 miles to go. We are at 1,200 miles per hour, speeding up. Day 5 into the mission. Cool to watch this. We've actually gone into interstellar space, Stefan. Well, I guess you are referring to the Voyager 1 mission, launched in the 70s. I think there was something like a couple of years ago that it finally reached interstellar space. But to put it into perspective, Voyager 1 will probably never reach another star, right? The nearest star is about 4.3 light years away, if I'm correct. So about 4 light years away, and yeah, the Orion spacecraft isn't traveling fast enough. I think it will take them 10,000 or maybe even 100,000 years. So yeah, we are stuck in our solar system for the moment until we have new means of propulsion. Very difficult word to pronounce if you're not English. Propulsion. We're still using like hydrogen. Anyway, but let's hope these missions, these crewed missions, will like ignite a new interest in human spaceflight. That would be interesting. I think there are already 20 or 21 nations committed to and dedicated to deliver on this project. So not only the US but also ESA. I know that the European Space Agency, I'm kind of proud of that. We are providing the service module. The service module to keep the astronauts alive. And I know there's, I think also the Indian Space Agency and some others, so 21 nations coming together on this. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
5 days, 5 hours since Orion's liftoff aboard the space launch.
Here we go, they're trying to reposition it again.
Center in Florida. The next major milestone that we're tracking ahead of today's burn will be a go, no-go poll where Flight Director Rick LeBrode will poll the team here in mission control on key systems required for the upcoming burn.
Burn, burn. The roof is on fire.
We're continuing to get a live view of the moon.
Oh, whoa, whoa, stop turning. Stop turning the camera.
On board the Orion spacecraft.
What are they doing? What? I would like to have the controls of that camera.
At 1,248 miles per hour and is only 2,600 miles away from the moon at this time. Again, upon closest approach, Orion will be about 80 miles off of the surface of the moon. Now, we will be in that anticipated and expected loss of signal during that closest approach. However, we do expect to regain signal with Orion just about 2 minutes after the closest approach, where we will regain communications with the vehicle.
Okay, so apparently they did rotate the spacecraft, I think, to do the correct burn once it reaches the moon. And by doing so, the moon is out of view now. So definitely for those who are stating that this is CGI, why would you do CGI when the moon is like, you turn the spacecraft and the moon is out of the field of view? I would do then a better CGI. No, this is a real camera feed of that spacecraft really going to the moon. They switched back to the tracker though, so this is the CGI image. You can watch it, you can look at it yourself on on NASA's website. If you go to the Artemis 1 mission, there is a possibility to track this mission in real time. I'm doing it right now. I'm showing you that website, Artemis 1. You can just click on track the mission and you will get to this particular website. So you have this live view, and you can also look at a mission view. So can we zoom out? Yeah. So when you zoom in, you can see the path the Orion spacecraft will take throughout the entire mission. So you can see Orion now approaching the moon. And then, like she said before, Orion will go into like a distant orbit beyond the orbit of the moon. So the gray line represents the orbit of the moon. Can I zoom out a little bit more? So this is here. It goes outside of the orbit of the moon. So that's apparently the farthest any human-rated spacecraft has ever gone. And then we have a second lunar flyby. She said in about 6 days, I think, if I heard that correctly. Let's check that out. But anyway, there will be a second lunar flyby here, where the Orion spacecraft will use the lunar gravity to adjust its path and also to probably slow down to get into Earth's orbit again. So then it drops back to Earth and it will land in the Pacific Ocean, does it? Yeah, here. This is the Atlantic. I think they said the Pacific though. Anyway. So let's go back to that Orion spacecraft view. 2,400 miles to go. Do they have a live feed again? I think so. Let's go back to that live feed. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, it's really aiming at that 80 miles above the lunar surface.
Coverage of today's upcoming outbound powered flyby burn, which will slingshot us around the backside of the moon. You are
super cool to watch.
To get views of the moon in real time here on your screen from a solar array wing camera on board Orion. Today's burn will take place with the Orbital Maneuvering System, or OMS engine. This engine has been used several times throughout Orion's 5-day journey to the moon.
There we go.
This is that large engine located on the bottom of the service module. And the engine can provide 6,000 pounds of thrust.
Okay.
Today's burn will last 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but the burn can be used for burns lasting up to 16 minutes in length.
Well, let's look at that burn then.
The OMS engine on board Orion is a repurposed Space Shuttle Orbital Maneuvering System engine that has flown in space before. It flew on 19 Space Shuttle flights, beginning with STS-41G in October of 1984 and ending with STS-112 in October of 2002. Now, the OMS engine is not the only engine on board the Orion spacecraft. There are also 8 auxiliary engines. These are located on the bottom of the service module as well, but in 4 sets of 2. These are used to provide trajectory corrections and as a backup to the main engine, and each engine provides about 100 pounds of thrust.
Okay. I mean, that's JPL stuff.
In total, there are 33 engines aboard Orion, and here on your screen you are getting a quick glimpse of planet Earth.
Where? I didn't see planet Earth. Did you see it?
I expect to regain those videos and imagery here shortly, but for now you're looking at a telemetry-driven animation of Orion and its location. As you can see here on your screen, speed continuing to pick up, now at 1,369 miles per hour.
So that's the tracker.
Over 232,000 miles from home, but only 2,000 miles away from the moon. Again, at closest approach will be just over 80 miles above the lunar surface, continuing to close in on the backside of the moon.
I hope they get that real feedback. So yeah, we're stuck here with this the tracker. 3,000, well, this is 1,384 miles per hour, the velocity of the Orion spacecraft, and the distance is decreasing quite a bit, 2,280 miles. So hopefully we will be getting some detailed lunar surface images, like the live video feed. That's what I was waiting for. Let's hope they will get the video feedback. But yeah.
At this time, we're 15 minutes away from the planned go, no-go poll, where Flight Director Rick LeBrode will poll the team here in Mission Control ahead of today's upcoming outbound powered flyby burn.
Okay. Go, no go. All systems go. So yeah. Let's hope they will switch back soon to that live view. So what happens if it's a no-go? Can they then still go back to Earth with this spacecraft? I don't know. Relax, breathe and enjoy. Yes, Shep, that's a good suggestion. I don't know how to moving the moon. I think we saw the camera changing position, or the spacecraft changing position to do that burn they were talking about. So yeah, once again, we are watching hopefully a live feed again in about a minute or two. And this is the orbit. Orion spacecraft will approach the moon, then will go beyond the orbit of the moon, and then do a second close approach in about a couple of days.
At a live view inside Mission Control Houston. We're in the white flight control room today. There in the center of your screen, who just sat down, is Flight Director Rick LeBrode, who is leading the team here in Mission Control this morning.
Okay.
Sitting next to him is another Flight Director, Zeb Scoville. We'll have the opportunity to speak with Zeb here in just a few minutes about the upcoming burn.
Well, let's hope for the best. So they're obviously not showing the live feed, so I might have as well take the opportunity to say that yeah, I have an astrophotography channel where I image the moon, the planets, and deep space objects. So if you're interested in how to use a telescope in your backyard to watch the night sky, to take images of the night sky, please also show you some live images I took from my backyard of the moon, of course. So they are here. So this is a full moon. So I'm really hoping for some detailed crater and mountain images, as I said before. And every time I wanted to show you your pictures. My Jupiter time-lapse shows up. It's Moon Io in front of Jupiter with the great red spot. Well, these are some images I think anybody can take with a telescope and a camera attached to that telescope. So we're looking at like craters and mountain ranges on the moon. These craters, they are often like 50 to 100 kilometers across. So it's really cool to look at in real time, really cool to photograph. And one of the reasons I'm watching the live stream is also to hopefully get a super nice view of the lunar surface. Orion spacecraft will approach the surface at about 80 miles or 150 kilometers above the surface. So I'm really excited. I'm hoping to see some super nice images, close-up images of the lunar surface. So they're still showing the tracker.
Orion is now 2,000 miles away from the moon, continuing to close in on its destination for this particular burn, the backside of the moon. The outbound powered flyby is the goal of today's operation.
Yep.
This outbound powered flyby will send Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit.
Your
Following
tracker
this,
is out.
Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for one long elliptical orbit around the moon, which will last about 6 days. Following this, Orion will perform a similar maneuver called the return-powered flyby, which will put it on the trajectory to return back to Earth ahead of a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on December 11th.
So guys, that's why they were repositioning the camera, because Earth is here in the field of view also. So the moon on the left side and the Earth on the right hand side. So hopefully they will be able to show that in real time on the spacecraft.
Now, the first time a NASA vehicle flew behind the backside of the moon with crew on board was first done during Apollo 8.
Here we go, here we go.
Here you
Whoa!
are looking at a
Now we're
live view
talking.
of the Orion spacecraft from the solar array wing with the moon
That's us.
in the
The
distance
blue dot.
of the screen,
Stop
the
talking.
Earth in the distant frame of the screen, and the moon up
Say that
close.
we are
And
looking
we're
at the Earth.
now
This is us.
2,000
8
miles away
million
from the
people
moon,
on that blue dot.
but over 200,000 miles away from planet Earth.
I think she will refer to it now.
Orion started its journey 5
That's beautiful.
days ago from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where it launched aboard the Space Launch System.
Yeah, okay. We're looking at... so this is one of the most fascinating pictures I will never be able to take as a planetary imager or an astrophotographer. And that's a picture of our own planet. And here we see... I hope you're able to see it. The Earth in the bottom of the screen. So that's us. That's like... the Earth 300,000 kilometers more or less from in the 300,000 kilometers distance as viewed from close to the moon. So I'm so no, I shouldn't say this, but I'm super fascinated always to see our own Earth and the fact that it's so small. It's only 300,000 kilometers. It's only 300,000 kilometers away, and already we can see this is a blue dot in the sky, and we can barely. This is a wide field camera, obviously, but we can barely distinguish the continents here. So super cool to see. And this is definitely a live view from the Orion spacecraft. So wow, this is super cool. Let's see if she's referring to it now. Oh, there, she's not talking. So guys, this is what I was waiting for. I super psyched. I already think this is the most beautiful thing you can see. Just looking at the Earth from a cosmic perspective, it brings, like, how do you say this? Chicken pox to my skin. It looks so peaceful also. Unfortunately, it isn't. This kind of thing can bring tears to my eyes. Really. I'm not kidding you. Oh, this is so cool. So why aren't they talking? Yeah, maybe you should just remain quiet and enjoy the view. That's us. My new desktop background, yes. Like print screen this. I can like put my camera away so you can make a quick picture. Oh, look at that. Super cool. About 2,000 miles from the moon and the Earth in the field of view. So tiny. I was actually hoping for a little bit more of a close-up so we could also see the continents, but this is apparently they have a wide field camera on their spacecraft. But this is also an honest picture, actually. If you would be on that Orion spacecraft, this would be about the view you would get just by looking at the Earth with your human eyes. So it's also an honest view. Just Stefan, I don't know. I hope so. Hopefully we will get higher resolution images. This is just the camera they are showing that is on one of the solar panels. I don't know if they have any other cameras like with a longer focal length on that spacecraft, but I'm already psyched to see this image. Let's check out the tracker again. So how much? So it's 1700 kilometers away from the lunar surface still, and speeding up quite rapidly now because it's caught in the moon's gravity. So 1670 miles per hour. So, and this is the live view. Super nice. So I think it's now daytime here in Europe and also Africa, of course. So I was thinking maybe we would be able to see Africa and Europe, but I really can't make out any continents. I see some clouds, and I see 70% of the Earth is of course ocean. So I can definitely see a blue marble with a lot of ocean. So maybe when you are an alien and you're watching Earth, the only thing you would think is, oh, this is a water planet. Maybe we should call it aqua blue planet or something like that. Not Earth. Most of it is water. So Peter, I wonder why NASA has not sent humans back to the moon. I think it was just too expensive. It was a political race in the 60s, like 50 years ago. We were in a Cold War, or the US and Russia. And there was definitely some political strife to put the first man on the moon, to put the first man in space, to do all that. And once that happened, I think people lost interest. And hopefully now we're going back for the right reasons, right? Hey, here she is.
I'm NASA's
Sandra.
Jones, and we're bringing you live coverage from Mission Control Houston of the upcoming outbound powered flyby, in which Orion will fly behind the moon and perform a burn utilizing the Orbital maneuvering system engine, which was checked out on Tuesday following launch of Orion atop the Space Launch System. The engine has been performing well and has completed.
It looks like she is like in a pilot, like in an aeroplane with that microphone. But anyway.
Now over 5 days into the flight of Artemis 1.
Oh, the Earth going outside the field of view.
Rick is leading the team on console for today's flyby and burn. Just moments ago, Flight Director Rick LeBrode pulled the team here in Mission Control, and we are go for the OPF burn. We do expect to lose signal of Orion as it travels behind the backside of the moon, as the moon will be blocking the direct sight to the deep space network.
So what is that?
We're tracking that loss of signal.
Signal loss in 10 minutes.
10 minutes from now at 6:25 a.m. Central, and will last just over 34 minutes. While in the loss of signal, the outbound powered flyby will take place with the Orbital maneuvering system engine at 6:44 a.m. Central. The outbound powered flyby will send Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit. Following this, Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for one long elliptical orbit around the moon, lasting about 6 days.
Yep, here we have the mission. Go back to that live view, please.
At this time, Orion is only 1,600 miles away from the moon.
Turn the camera. Turn the camera.
View on your screen as Orion continues to approach the backside of the moon, now traveling at over 1,776 miles per hour.
Cool.
And on the lower middle of your screen, you do see that's us, that's home.
Finally, they're referring to it.
232,000 miles away from Earth.
And that's a beautiful
Orion
thing.
launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida 5 days ago. And we are now 25 minutes away from the outbound powered flyby maneuver.
Cool. Can they reposition the camera? Yeah. Great.
With the Orbital Maneuvering System, or OMS engine, which has been used several times already in Orion's flight. The OMS engine is located on the bottom of the service module and is the largest engine aboard Orion. It can provide 6,000 pounds.
Yes, he has a lot of talking points. So look at that Earth, guys and girls. We are there. Unbelievable. This live image is unbelievable. Seeing the Earth from 300,000 kilometers. What is it? It's like 220, 200. What is the tracker? It shows it, I think. 232,000 miles away. Super cool to watch. And they're trying to keep the Earth in the field of view because they were just turning the camera, so that's great. Oh, she stopped talking.
Now, just about 5 minutes from now, we do expect to
I can see myself waving.
travels behind the moon. That loss of signal will last for 34 minutes. However, once Orion emerges from the backside of the moon and regains communications on the deep space network, we do expect to regain communications with the vehicle.
Let's hope so. Let's hope to get some final images of the moon then
The
also.
burn will occur at 6:44 a.m. Central while we are in that loss of signal. And we'll also have the closest approach at that time period when we are in the loss of signal as well. That closest approach at 6:57 a.m. Central, when Orion will be just 81 miles above the lunar surface.
Cool. So we are starting to make out some details on the surface of the moon also. You see some like overexposed craters on the right hand side. So super cool to see our own planet. That always gives me the chills. So is this, can you already see, is it? Yeah. Like should be, I think, Africa and Europe we're seeing, right? Because, or the South America is also, I think, starting the day now. And obviously we are looking at a lit
Again, if you're just
view of the Earth.
are looking at a view from the solar
The day view.
array wing or SAW camera on board the Orion spacecraft, which is 5 days into its mission, just 1,400 miles away from the moon. We'll continue to see the moon grow larger in the frame here in the next couple of minutes before we do lose signal from Orion as it flies behind the moon. Now you are seeing the Earth, you are seeing home,
Yeah.
you are seeing yourself in that image right there, as Orion is 232,000 miles away from planet Earth.
Super cool. This is so cool. Unbelievable. Yes, Stefan, this is of course the other side of the moon we're looking at, but it's fully lit by the sun. But the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, so we can only see the opposite side unless we send a spacecraft to space like this.
Now less than 4 minutes away from our expected loss of signal as Orion travels
This is
behind
really cool.
the moon.
Oh guys, enjoy the view for
While
3 more
behind the moon,
minutes.
Orion will perform the outbound powered flyby, which the team here in Mission Control is ready for. Flight Director Rick LeBrode pulled the team. Everyone is pulling go. Everything still on track for the outbound powered flyby burn, now 20 minutes away. This outbound powered flyby will send Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit. Following this, Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for one long elliptical around the moon, which will last about 6 days. Now, this is different than what was done during the Apollo program when the spacecraft orbited much closer to the moon. Now, this orbit is called distant due to the high altitude from the moon. It's about 40,000 miles past the moon in its orbit. This is actually 30,000 miles farther than the previous record set during Apollo 13 and will be the farthest in space any spacecraft built for humans will have ever flown. This orbit is called retrograde because Orion will travel around the moon opposite the direction the moon travels around Earth. Distant retrograde orbit provides a highly stable orbit where little fuel is required to stay for an extended trip in deep space and allows the opportunity to put Orion's systems to the test in an environment far from Earth. We are now less than 2 minutes away from our anticipated loss of signal as Orion travels behind the moon.
But it's not behind the moon. That's what yeah, anyway. So I'm trying to make out the different continents on the Earth, but it's really super difficult to see. So I think Africa and Europe should be on the day side of the Earth right now. At least when I'm looking outside, it's pretty sunny. But it's hard to make out. You see the clouds, you see the water, and we are approaching. It's unfortunate that they will lose the signal because now we're getting pretty close to the lunar surface also. So they're now at, let's see if the tracker is still 1,200, 1,100 kilometers from the lunar surface.
So we will potentially see the Earth start to go just behind the moon as Orion travels behind the moon.
Okay, so we have not an Earthrise, but an Earthset.
Because the moon will be blocking the Orion spacecraft. However,
cool.
We do anticipate an acquisition of signal at 6:59 a.m. Central. It's about a 34-minute loss of signal, at which point we hope to regain communications with the spacecraft.
Super cool. Okay. So hopefully it will then still be close to the lunar surface, and we'll be able, I hope they will be able to provide some detailed images of the lunar surface also. Look at that. We have like an Earthset, not a sunset, but an Earthset on the moon live from the Orion spacecraft. That's incredible. That's incredible to watch. I hope you're enjoying these views. Oh, and I think we have Tycho crater. Oh no, this is the far side of the moon.
Loss of signal.
It is lost, I think. They switch back.
And we do have loss of signal. Again, this is a 34-minute, 4-second loss of signal.
Guys, that was beautiful, and everyone's watching. My God. We are so super tiny. And we think so much of ourselves, but we are so tiny from a cosmic perspective.
Behind the moon, and we are in a period of anticipated loss of signal.
Block them and take their voice away.
Because the moon is blocking the signal to the deep space network.
Yeah, okay, I understand why they lose the signal now, because they are on Earth, and when you go very close to the lunar surface, of course, then they will not be able to transmit directly to Earth. So that's why probably they lose the signal for 30 minutes, and then they will like go into orbit around the moon, and then the Earth will, I think the Earth will then be back in the view, right? And then they will be able to reacquire the signal. Anyway, let's see what happens. We have to wait for about 30 minutes. Hope you're all doing fine in the chat. I was completely mesmerized by that tiny Earth that appeared in the live feed, the live camera on the Orion spacecraft. It's unbelievable to see how small we are. Yeah, that made my day. That maybe made my year. It's also super positive to have this mission in these trying times. Unbelievable. Awesome. Yeah. Glad you agree. Ian, don't be so negative. I can also kick out some people. If you're not going to be negative now, right? Come on. This was one of the most incredible views of Earth ever broadcasted live. In my opinion, at least. It was so beautiful. So, yeah, I think I'm going to get a quick cup of coffee. I will be back in about 5 minutes. hope you enjoyed that view, and let's hope for the best. Let's hope in about 30 minutes we will get a reacquisition of the signal. So let's hope we will see some other wonderful images of the lunar surface and the Earth. So be back in 5 minutes. And yeah, of course, if you like looking at the moon and the planets and like some planetary imaging in astrophotography, learn more about imaging planets and looking at deep sky objects. Be back in 5. Oh, they're talking. Hey guys, we have a loss of signal. So I took a cup of coffee downstairs. And yeah, so once again, what did we witness? We saw the Orion spacecraft approaching the moon, and it was incredible to see. Oh, so apparently we lost signal right now, but it will be reacquired in about 30 minutes. And yeah, I was mesmerized by the wide field view with the Earth in the background, but I'm still hoping to also see some incredible details of the lunar surface, but I'm not sure if we're going to get that in this live feed. So in about 30 minutes they will be back. Oh, I'm actually out of breath. Yeah, 2 stairs and I'm already out of breath. I need to do something about my condition here. But yeah, anyway, it was super nice to see, of course. And yeah, to restate it, I'm happy. This is an astrophotography channel, planetary imaging. That's what I'm doing. So if you like to find out more about how to watch the night sky, what there is to see in the night sky, how to image planets and deep sky objects, please the live Artemis 1 mission. So the first Artemis mission actually, and they are checking out, of course, the spacecraft. Let's look again at that orbit. So this is the orbit they're going to take. So we are here now. They're getting a gravity assist from the moon. It will the Orion spacecraft. The red line is showing the Orion spacecraft. The path of the Orion spacecraft. It will go far beyond lunar orbit, and then it will have a second close approach with the moon. I think in about 5 or 6 days. Just check out the real-time tracker to be sure. And they will use the moon's gravity to slow down and get back to Earth. And I think they will splash down in the Pacific Ocean. So that's what we are watching. Incredible to see these live images. So you can see now, yeah, this is of course not a real-time image, but the Orion spacecraft approaching the lunar surface. So hopefully they will reacquire the signal once we get to that 80 miles distance above the lunar surface. I don't think they are talking. I think they're just showing the CGI, the animated picture, because they are there they go.
23 minutes away from our anticipated acquisition of signal with Orion. Again, the vehicle continues to fly behind the moon. It is now 764 miles above the lunar surface, but at the time of closest approach will be 81 miles above the surface.
That would be cool.
Now we do have the outbound powered flyby burn coming up in about 6 minutes and 40 seconds from now. But this maneuver was first done during Apollo 8 on Christmas Eve 54 years ago. Apollo 8 was the first crewed spacecraft to leave low Earth orbit and the first human spaceflight to reach the moon. The crew of Frank Borman, James Lovell, and Bill Anders orbited the moon 10 times without landing before splashing down on December 27, 1968. While Apollo 8 completed 10 orbits around the moon, about 60 miles above the surface, once Orion emerges from the far side of the moon, it will slingshot out to distant retrograde orbit about 30,000 miles away from the Earth. This orbit is critical for key tests and to evaluate how Orion performs in deep space. And this will be the furthest any human-rated spacecraft will have ever traveled away from Earth. But for now, let's take a quick look back on that historic Apollo 8 mission now.
Well, Apollo 8 originally was an Earth orbital mission.
Okay, they're going to rewatch the Apollo mission. So guys, we had some wonderful views of the Earth in the background while the Orion spacecraft was approaching the moon. So I'm still hoping that we will get high quality detailed pictures of the lunar surface once the Orion spacecraft will re-establish contact. And I'm just showing you a couple of pictures I took myself. So this can be done. You can also do this yourself with a backyard telescope. Just go outside, put a camera on your telescope, or just use some binoculars, and you will be able to see these super nice craters, mountain ranges, and lava lakes on the moon. So I definitely want to highlight that it is a wonderful hobby to be in. Planetary watching, planetary imaging, deep sky astrophotography. If you like that, subscribe to the channel, because I'm an astrophotographer. Actually, are we here? These are the images of the old lunar, like the Apollo 8 mission. I think this was the first mission indeed to fly with humans around the moon. So here, these are the kind of images I'm expecting to see in about 10-20 minutes. But these were images of the Apollo lander already, I think. Maybe not. Now let's tune in then.
Staring at the unnamed craters as
Cool.
they slowly pass us by.
We were busy shooting pictures of lunar surface for lunar landing sites for upcoming lunar landings. And then suddenly I looked out the window, and here was this gorgeous orb coming up, and I thought, holy moly.
And there over the lunar landscape was the Earth. And it was beautiful. It was the only thing in the whole universe that had any color.
That is a beautiful picture.
Long lens and color film. I didn't have a light meter. Just banged off a dozen or so pictures.
Yeah.
Changing the stop each.
Oh, he was actually using his camera from inside the spacecraft.
Of the spacecraft. And I could completely hide
Cool.
the Earth behind my thumb. The Earth is a mere speck in the Milky Way galaxy.
Super interesting to see these pictures from 50 years ago. So these guys were just in Apollo 8, and I think it was New Year's Eve indeed, like the 25th of December. They were just taking their cameras out and taking pictures of the Earth from the Apollo spacecraft, apparently.
About 2 minutes from now at 6:44 a.m. Central.
Okay, let's hope for the best.
Line is about 670 miles.
Okay, still 18 minutes to go until they reacquire the signal. So, how are you all doing? The power of imagination. Yeah, Ian. Oh, yeah, are there some people negative? Let's see. I can always block them. So guys, super cool to see the Earth. We did see an Earthset. I never saw that before in my life. So the Earth setting behind the moon. That was a first. Now, of course, this was completely due to the fact that the Orion was approaching the lunar surface. So the moon kept on increasing in size in the picture. So at one point the Earth was behind its horizon, but super cool to watch. So we're still waiting about 15 minutes to get a reacquisition of the signal. Now, anyway, we definitely approached the far side of the moon, as we call it. But yeah, the moon is of course just it orbits around the Earth in space, and we saw a fully lit far side. So some of the misconceptions are that the far side is dark, but yeah, maybe I can show you this 3D solar system. So the Earth and the Moon, they are so incredibly small in comparison to the Sun. So the Sun is illuminating all of us. And of course, only when we when the orbit of the Earth turns like away from the moon, we will experience night. So if you look at the actual position of the moon right now, it's this position. So if I'm in Europe and I can see the moon in daytime, but you can see that it is faced towards the Earth, of course. This is the view, the near side view then we are always seeing. But the Apollo spacecraft, as you can see, it approached the far side of the moon with the Earth in the background. So this would be the thing we just witnessed in real time, showed in the real life video feed. So we saw the Orion spacecraft approaching the far side of the moon, fully lit. So that was wonderful to see. And yeah, if we really zoom in, so I couldn't make out the continents just like 10-15 minutes ago. But if you could see the continents, then maybe somebody, I think we saw South America then in the picture. So because this was the view we were getting, and this is like the actual position of the planets in the sky right now, and the moon. So that was South America we looked at. But definitely we saw like clouds, and yeah, the Earth is of course 70% water. So we mainly saw clouds and water, a blue dot in space. So that was super wonderful to look at. Let's see. They're still showing the tracker.
We'll send Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into that distant retrograde orbit. Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for one long elliptical orbit around the moon, lasting about 6 days.
6 days, okay. So we will have a second lunar flyby 6 days from now. And that's this picture I got from the ESA website. So this is an animated picture. So we have the red path is the Orion spacecraft approaching the moon. So we are here right now, and it will go into this long distant orbit, they call it. So it will go beyond the orbit of the moon, and then in about 6 days, he just said, we will have a second close lunar flyby. So I will definitely try to watch that as well, because you can see here on the first it will go outside of the moon's orbit, but the second close flyby will, I think, be used to slow down the spacecraft and reposition the spacecraft for splashdown in the Pacific Ocean of the Earth. So we will be also in this final week, I think. So after 6 days it will be worthwhile to watch again, to again see the moon, and then of course the spacecraft will be on approach towards Earth. So Earth will be getting bigger in the field of view of that wide field camera they are using. So that would also be super cool to watch and to see. Can we see the pictures of the moon? If you want to see the wide field picture taken by the Orion spacecraft, you can just rewind the live stream. It was there about 15-20 minutes ago. And if you are referring to the pictures I took with my backyard telescope, these are the pictures I took. So yeah, it's super nice, this hobby. So obviously this is like half moon. This is a full moon taken with a 500 millimeter focal length telescope. You see all the craters here and the lava lakes on the moon. Well, this is obviously not the moon, but 2 days ago I did a live stream where we looked at Mars and Jupiter, and I was able to make this time-lapse video from 67 pictures of Jupiter with the moon Io transitioning in front of the surface of Jupiter. This is Montes Apenninus. This is one of my favorite spots on the moon to watch and also to photograph. And also Copernicus crater is one of my favorites. I think this is, by the way, this is one of the Apollo landing sites close to the Montes Apenninus. And we also have here the Copernicus crater in the field of view. The diameter of that crater is about 100 kilometers or about like 70 miles across. So some people always ask me if I can also image like the Apollo landing sites, but yeah, you can see. So this is well, like 100 kilometers in diameter, these craters, maybe even a little bit more. So I definitely can't make out the lunar rover or the flag on the moon. The only way to do that is to go there again, to fly to the moon like the Orion spacecraft is actually doing right now. And hopefully in about a couple of years, because this is of course the first mission, in a couple of years we will have Artemis 2 and 3. And Artemis 3 will be landing on the south pole of the moon. So that's incredible. So let's go back to that NASA live feed. All credits to NASA, of course, for live broadcasting this. Let's see if they are back already. No, they're still showing the animated tracker. So you can also go to their website. I already stated that before, but here, this is the live tracker you can go to. Just go to NASA and then click on the Artemis website. You will be able to download, not to download, just click on follow the mission. And yeah, let me show you. This is just, you can, this is like the position the spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft obviously is in. So it's still on the far side of the moon. So hopefully we will get some beautiful images here of some craters on the far side of the moon. And you can also click on mission view. So you will see the entire mission here. You can zoom out here using this little slider. So right now the Orion spacecraft is here. As you can see, it will go beyond the orbit of the moon, and then it will intercept the moon in about 6 days again. And then it will return to, it will begin its voyage back to Earth. Well, obviously my English is not perfect. I'm from the Netherlands, so bear with me. So super cool mission. I'm going to track that mission. Maybe in about 6 days I'm going to watch again to see if we will get some high quality images of the moon surface again. Super nice. So let's get back, see what they're doing now. They're still showing the tracker. So that was an incredible image. An incredible image we saw just now, like 20 minutes ago. We saw the Earth in the background. I can only I will, after this live stream, I will get back to that moment when we saw the Earth in the field of view. So for those who missed it, it looked a little bit like this. It looked a little bit like this. Maybe zoom in a little bit. So we saw an Earth setting behind the moon. So this was more or less the video feed we got with the moon slowly setting behind. But actually it was not setting. It was the Orion spacecraft moving in closer and closer to the far side of the moon. So eventually the Earth got covered by the lunar surface. That's what we actually witnessed. And yeah, it was beautiful. So just to we are with 8 million on that small dot in space. Incredible to watch. Incredible to watch. So let's see if the feed is back. Not yet. So you can see we are approaching the lunar surface, only 6. Oh, it's going away again. It already, it touched already on the 80 miles. So you can see, let's see, let's go back to that tracker. Mission view. Let's refresh. Yeah, I think a lot of people are tuning into that tracker right now.
Travel behind the moon. We are still in a period of anticipated loss of signal as the moon blocks the signal to the deep space network.
That might be why.
We are anticipating the acquisition of signal in less than 7 minutes from now.
Cool. So 6 minutes to go.
6:44 a.m. Central, just about 9 minutes and 30 seconds ago, commands were sent for the outbound powered flyby burn to occur with the Orbital Maneuvering System engine, or OMS engine, on board Orion, which sends Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit.
Cool.
Following this, Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for 1/2 elliptical orbit around the moon, which will last about 6 days. The orbit is called distant due to the high altitude from the moon, which is about 40,000 miles past the moon in its orbit. This will be 30,000 miles farther than the previous record set during Apollo 13, and will also be the farthest in space any spacecraft built for humans will have ever flown.
Yeah, okay.
The orbit is called retrograde because Orion will travel around the moon opposite the direction the moon travels around Earth.
So the farthest...
Distant retrograde orbit provides a highly stable orbit where little...
So they keep on mentioning that it will be a spacecraft that is the farthest human-rated spacecraft. I know it's true, but I have a little bit of an issue with that because obviously NASA produced a lot of robotical spacecraft, like the Voyager 1 and 2 missions were not human-rated, but they went to all the planets in our solar system. We have robots on Mars. We have the New Horizons project with New Horizons spacecraft approaching Pluto, and Voyager 1 already left the solar system. So, of course, it's true that this is the first human-rated spacecraft to go beyond the lunar orbit, but it's, from an astronomical perspective, we are still very much in our own backyard. But it's pretty cool to see the Artemis 1 missions, people returning to the moon, of course, and also going beyond the moon's orbit. Because for the past 30 years, we have been kind of stuck. Maybe that's too negative, but we have been flying to the International Space Station, which is only about 300-400 kilometers from the Earth's surface. So it's pretty exciting to see humans returning to space again and to the moon again. So yeah. So let's see if they are already showing the live feed again. I will put up this. So these are my pictures taken with a telescope. If you want to learn more about planetary imaging, astrophotography, looking at the night sky, subscribe to my channel. Hopefully they have reacquired the signal. Not yet. 3 minutes to go. So Harsh, yes, I'm looking at the chat now. Yes, maybe this is not clear for everyone. So this is the Artemis 1 mission where they are checking out the Orion spacecraft. It's a human-rated spacecraft. In the second mission, they're going to fly, if everything checks out, of course, they're going to fly humans on that spacecraft. I guess also to the moon. I'm not sure. But Artemis 2 will not land on the moon. I think it will just go into lunar orbit like Artemis 1. And then Artemis 3 is scheduled to land on the moon. But the timetable is not completely clear yet, I think. If it never is completely clear with space launches until it actually launches. I know that the Artemis 1 mission was also delayed. So yeah. Well, let's see what happens next and let's hope for the best. So who do we have in the chat? You got that right. Gina, you're right, Wido. Got the same thoughts as soon I have read about the Orion 40,000 miles going further out. And yeah, I know they're trying to sell the mission, right? So it is something to maybe reiterate every time they show pictures of the Orion spacecraft. It is the farthest human-rated spacecraft, but I think a lot of credit has to go to all the robotic missions NASA has done lately. The rovers on Mars, Cassini spacecraft checking out Saturn system. We have Juno spacecraft making close-up images of Jupiter and its moon. So they are providing us with a lot of data and high-resolution images of objects in our solar system. And I think that should also be mentioned somehow, because it looks always like there is these manned missions, that line of manned missions and human-rated spacecraft, completely separated from that other line. And I think the two can, I don't know, they should integrate the two. They should also be. I'm really proud that NASA also, together with the European Space Agency and also India and other countries, they succeeded in going to all these places. Anyway, so I think this is also, Artemis is also going back to the moon to learn to survive on another planet, basically, before also going to Mars. Of course, when something happens with the moon, on the moon, you can be back in, you can take a spacecraft and move back to Earth in a couple of days. The moon is only 300,000 kilometers away. Whereas when you go to Mars, it will take a journey of 6 or 7 months to get to Mars, and then to survive for maybe an entire year, because the orbit of Mars and Earth, they coincide once every 2 years. So to be confident enough to take a mission to Mars, you want to check out maybe all kinds of systems, spacecraft, camps on the lunar surface first. So I think that's what they're aiming for in the next couple of years, and then let's hope they will succeed. And the moon. How will SpaceX play into the launches of Artemis 3? Well, I'm just a guy who reads up on the space news, and what I think happened is that NASA acquired SpaceX a contract. Who's that? Hunter Seacrest. I think SpaceX got some money basically from NASA to further develop their spaceship. Is it? The spaceship? What is it called? Sorry. But anyway, they are developing their new spaceship that goes. Is it spaceship? That goes. Hopefully, they are testing it on the launch pad right now. Hopefully, they will be flying it. I think the first step is to get to lunar orbit. Look at that. This is the live feed of Earth. The first step is to get into lunar orbit with that new Starship, it's called, I think. Anyway, and if that's successful, NASA's going to use also SpaceX's source of resources to land on the moon, actually, because that's also the goal of SpaceX. Not only to land on the moon, but to get that thing all the way to Mars. Anyway, we are looking again at the live feed. Let's see what they are trying to tell us. Oh, we don't have any audio yet.
Standing on the
So this is actually a view of the Earth, I'm sure.
Orion now carries forward the torch of the Artemis generation as it emerges from behind the moon, an Earthrise of our pale blue dot.
They only have the Earth. They don't have the lunar surface anymore.
Now coming into view.
Oh, I was really hoping for some lunar surface details as well. Maybe I was hoping for too much, but this is the Earth, a small blue dot in black space. That's so cool to watch. You can't make out any continent here. Real live feed. Here we go.
With the successful acquisition of signal from the Orion spacecraft, the team here in Mission Control, Houston, will evaluate the spacecraft systems to evaluate
This is what I'm getting.
of the outbound powered flyby burn, which occurred 18 minutes and 50 seconds ago.
Okay, we're looking at the NASA live feed, but I keep on getting this. Let's check out. Yeah, this is what they are showing. Why are they putting the spacecraft before the lunar surface? Oh, it's pretty. Yeah, I was thinking they didn't succeed in focusing the camera on the lunar surface. This is what I always experience when I try to focus my camera on my telescope. Apparently they are unable to focus. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Anyway. Interesting. I think in the background we do see craters on the moon, but they are out of focus. I experienced this many times, and you just have to readjust the focus. But I don't think they are able to for some reason. Let's hope they will succeed in sharpening this image. Let's keep on watching. Let's see what happens. Hopefully they can control the camera. Hang on, it's coming. Yes, Shep, hopefully. Hopefully. Ah, come on. Focus the camera. Focus the camera. That's Earth. So they have two cameras. One on the bottom of the spacecraft showing the lunar surface. And this is the Earth. That is beautiful. This wide field image. It's a little bit overexposed. Super nice to see. Ah, I would love to be at the controls of these cameras. A lot of clouds. You can't make out a continent. It should be South America.
And you're looking at this view on your
Super
screen
cool.
from the Orion spacecraft as it looks back at planet Earth, having launched just 5 days ago. Orion is now over 230,000 miles away from Earth. Orion emerged from the backside of the moon just minutes ago after completing the outbound powered flyby burn. That burn occurring 21 minutes ago.
Okay, I think this is like the lunar surface. But is this the... this is telemetry-driven animation.
Behind the moon, Orion completed its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 80 miles above the surface.
So this is, I think, still the tracker showing the lunar surface then. So I was really hoping for some live lunar surface views. Hopefully they will be able to get it. It was cool to watch the Earth in the background, in the distant background. The Cronus team of MCC is operating the cameras.
Looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft. This is, of course, an uncrewed test flight, but we do have a couple of purposeful passengers that have hopped a ride on board Orion. You're looking at one there on the left of your screen. That is Moonikin wearing the Orion
Moonikin?
survival
Really?
suit.
Okay.
This is the space suit that crew will wear during dynamic
Orange.
phases of flight once we do have a crew on board, particularly during launch and entry situations.
So we're inside the spacecraft. I would love to look outside. Let's see what the Moonikin is seeing. Oh yeah, this is great. They have orange spacesuits. That's different from what I'm used to seeing. So obviously a lot of
The Ox or Orion
lot of computers
survival
there.
suit can help keep astronauts alive if Orion were to lose cabin pressure during the journey out to the moon.
Oh, okay.
The Ox rather is equipped to up to 6 days of life support systems as the crew makes their way back to Earth.
Okay.
And as part of this uncrewed test flight, there's a variety of sensors and data that will be pulled from the Orion crew survival suit to inform further design ahead of crewed flight test as part of Artemis 2.
Uh-huh. Now, this is not a real man now. This is apparently Moonikin, they called him. Or her. Yeah? So it's a doll. And basically they are like collecting data for to check out the Orion spacecraft if it's really fit for human space flight, I think. So that's so unfortunate that we have this telemetry-driven animation. I was hoping for like a close flyby of the moon with the lunar surface clearly in view. Maybe we will still get that. I saw the camera on one of the solar arrays of the Orion spacecraft. It was pointed towards Earth. That was pretty cool to watch also. I hope they will be able to show us the real feed of these cameras. So everybody's drinking coffee. Yeah, I guess when you're in the US, it's still night, right? Maybe early morning. So enjoy that coffee. I also took 2 cups already. For me, the time was a little bit more decent. I think they started broadcasting at 11. So right now for me, it's 2 o'clock. Ships. So let's go back then to if they're not showing the live feed. So guys, once again, I'm super interested in imaging the night sky. So these are some lunar moon pictures I took. If you're interested in lunar photography, looking at the moon, photographing planets in our own solar system or even deep sky objects, I have a channel called Wido's Astroforum where I share my live streams, where I capture the planets in the night sky live. So this is an image I was able to take 2 days ago of Jupiter's red spot and moon Io transitioning in front of Jupiter. Now obviously I think I try to go live a couple of times every month, sometimes a couple of times every week, depending on the weather, where we can get into a conversation about lunar photography, planetary imaging, and deep space astrophotography, and we can enjoy live views together. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff and want to learn more about that, in 50 years almost, we have a human-rated spacecraft going to the moon, and we did get a super awesome live view during the approach of the Orion spacecraft, just under 1 hour ago, where we saw the lunar surface with the Earth in the background. We experienced an Earthset, so that was super awesome to see. And now we are hoping to get some more live images. So this is a live image of the Earth. It's back. So can you see that this is us, the pale blue dot?
Taken from
That's cool.
229,000 miles away from the Orion spacecraft following its outbound powered flyby burn behind the moon.
Yeah, so the pale blue dot, that's us. So if you're in the UK, I'm in the Netherlands, some of you are in the US, we are all there on that blue dot.
81 miles above the lunar surface.
Yeah, where is that live feed of the lunar surface? I'm hoping they will be able to reestablish the video feed. So it's pretty cool to watch such a wide field view of Earth in space. You can barely make out the planet, so some of us feel very important, but in the cosmic perspective, We are this pale blue dot in space, so let's take care of the Earth. So we're going back to the mission control center. We are waiting for the reacquisition of the video feed, I think. So guys, what are you thinking? My precious, that's Lord of the Rings. Can you see me waving? Yeah, James, I saw you in London during your lunch break, man. Finally, I get to see you, but it was a bit tiny. I think the Earth was about 50 pixels in that video feed we just saw. It's pretty awesome to see that we are so small. From a cosmic perspective. Please, NASA, some moon pictures. Yes, that's what I always... Also, I'm waiting for. Speak about the cosmic perspective. Ah, thank you, Stefan. Is that a channel? I didn't know. Now, they did show the moon, but it's gone again. So if they're not showing moon pictures, I can. So hopefully they will be able to reacquire the signal. So once again, yeah, if you're into lunar photography, you can do it.
5 days,
oh,
6 hours and 27 minutes.
Are they back?
The historic flight of Artemis 1. The Orion spacecraft just recently emerged from the backside of the moon after completing the outbound powered flyby.
So let me then show you some detailed pictures.
MET 5 days, 6 hours and 52 minutes, which is about 54 minutes after the OPF burnout. Orion is slated to fly extremely close to the Apollo 11 landing site.
Oh. That's cool.
The Apollo 11 landing site, named Tranquility Base, was where Commander
The
Neil
Eagle has
Armstrong
landed.
and lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin touched down on July 20th, 1969, 53 years ago.
So here we have the Earth again. Okay, so they're talking about a close flyby of the Apollo landing site, so I'm interested in that. So I will stay tuned. Look at that pale blue dot. So let's wave at each other. Super cool in the blackness of space.
As Orion continues to swing around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit, we were just getting some views of the Earth from about 220,000 miles away. We do expect to get those views again here momentarily, but you are looking at a live view inside Mission Control Houston, where NASA Flight Director Judd Freeling is leading the team on console.
Okay. Go for it, guys and girls. Let's hope for the best. So once again, we did see some awesome images of the Earth in space, and also the Earth set behind the moon. There will be also a second opportunity, so I don't know if they're going back.
30 minutes ago, Orion completed the outbound powered flyby burn, which lasted 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which sent Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit.
Oh, so they're on the...
Next up for Orion will be insertion into distant retrograde orbit, where it will remain for 1/2 long elliptical orbit around the moon. This period will last about
6 days. Yeah. So as you can see, the miles go up again. So they
Following this, Orion will complete a similar maneuver in which it flies behind the moon in a return power flyby.
That's it.
And as you might expect, just the opposite of the outbound powered flyby. This maneuver will help put Orion on a trajectory to return back to Earth and splash down in the Pacific Ocean
This maneuver,
on December 11th.
So in about 6 days we will have a second lunar flyby. So this is the first. With the Orion spacecraft going outside of the moon's orbit. And then in about 6 days, apparently, we have a second lunar flyby. So I will certainly be watching that again. And the spacecraft, the Orion spacecraft, returning to Earth. So that will be cool to watch. I'm just hanging around to see if they have any additional pictures. You can see that the miles, they did achieve that lowest point in orbit, that 80 miles point, and they passed that perigee. So now you can see the distance to the moon going up again, 580 miles. So I'm just sticking around to see if we get any kind of additional videos
the flight director on console today
of the Orion spacecraft.
Rick LeBrode.
Yeah, they're showing the team. That's also
And coming into your view on your screen right there in the red jacket is the Johnson Space Center Center Director Vanessa Weish.
so they're happy. Apparently the burn was successful. No additional images yet. But we already saw some very interesting, super cool live videos. So if this is it, I'm still happy. Now, Stefan, I don't know when exactly the lunar flyby will be, but if it's at a decent hour, I will definitely try to stream it as well. Yeah, I like looking at these. Yeah, this is like the first time in 50 years that a spacecraft again goes to the moon. So yeah, definitely I'm going to watch. Billiard balls, yeah, nice. Do you think they are billiard balls? Yeah, from this distance, if you looked at that wide field view of the Earth, then it's a little blue marble, right? The engine is well tested. Yeah, they were happy. So I guess the lunar injection burn, or they actually sped up the Orion spacecraft. That went well. Willem, thanks for joining, man. He's from the Netherlands, so I think. Bedankt, Wido. So super cool to see the Orion spacecraft in orbit around the moon. Hopefully we will get some extra video feeds, so I'm waiting for that to happen. In the meanwhile, let me just once again reiterate that I have an astrophotography channel, basically, Wido's Astroforum, so that's what you're all watching. And let me show you a couple of detailed images of the moon I was able to take from my backyard here. So these are the Montes Apennines. This is Copernicus crater, about 100 kilometers in diameter. So if you want to find out how to watch objects in space, how to image the planets, the moon, and also look at deep sky objects and image those objects, like nebulas and even other like not solar systems, but other galaxies outside of our own Milky Way galaxy. We will be able to. What are they showing now? Still the feed? Yeah, it's still the feed. Still the animation. So hopefully this was a lot of fun. About two days ago we had IO moon Io transition in front of Jupiter. So I have a little time lapse where you can see actually that little moon transitioning in front of Jupiter with the red spot also in the picture. So that's pretty nice. That's, you can do this yourself from your backyard. So definitely, if you want to learn more, subscribe to the channel. Ah, Pes is thinking about getting back into astronomy again. Hello. I'm not... Can you still hear me? Yeah, I think so. When you play that sub animation, it cuts out your audio. Really? Thanks for noticing. I will check it out. Copy. Hello. Can you hear me now? I think so. Thanks for the feedback. So, are they still showing the animation? I was really hoping for some extra. Are they also on the night side of the moon? That would also be, of course, difficult to show you something when they are on the nighttime side. But oh, I think they are like on our side now, right? So what do I mean by that? So let's go back to that solar system app I have. So this is the current position of the moon. So apparently, the Orion, do I show you this? Yeah, okay. So apparently the Orion spacecraft went closer and closer to the moon, and apparently they are now in lunar orbit. So they're showing the Earth. That is, the Earth is then still, as you can see, in sunlight. But of course, the lunar surface they are flying here, they are orbiting, is of course dark. So that's, I think, the main reason why we are not seeing a nighttime view of the lunar surface. That might be it. So then we have to wait until the Orion spacecraft again appears on the far side, reappears, orbits to the far side of the moon. But then it will also be farther away. Is it further or farther? So then we will see the nighttime of the far side view of the moon again, probably then. I think that's the... Maybe that's what's happening.
Just joining us, Orion
you're going to say something.
has emerged from the backside of the moon after completing the outbound powered flyby 42 minutes ago.
Yeah. Still the animation.
This burn lasted 2 minutes and 30 seconds and sent Orion close enough to the lunar surface to leverage the moon's gravitational force and swing the spacecraft once around the moon toward entry into distant retrograde orbit. Once inserted in the distant retrograde orbit, Orion will remain in the distant retrograde orbit for 1/2 elliptical orbit around the moon. This will last about 6 days.
Yeah, that's the orbit again. So in red, the path the Orion spacecraft is taking. So we just saw the first lunar flyby, and 6 days from now we will have a second lunar flyby, as you can see here in the animation, with the moon showing you in the white path, and the white dot is the moon, and the blue dot is the Earth, and the red path here is the Orion spacecraft. So this is the entire mission in a 10-second animation. So in about 6 days we have another lunar flyby. I will definitely check out when that will be. What about seeing the Earth without ISO 50? Yeah, that was a bit overexposed, eh? Anyway, we're still getting this this feed. This telemetry-driven animation. I'm not sure if they are coming back or not. They're still live. So anyway. So guys, if you want to check out the mission yourself, there is a tracker. So let me once show you that again. They also refer to it in the live feed of NASA. So this tracker actually will show you where the Orion spacecraft is at any point in time. So you go to nasa.gov/specials/track Artemis, and as you can see, they are on definitely on the dark side of the moon, so facing the Earth. That's why we can't see the Earth and why we can't see the lunar surface. So yeah, this live tracker will show the exact position of Orion during its mission. So 5 days and 6 hours and 42 minutes into the mission, you can see the velocity right now about 4,800 miles per hour, and it will be decreasing because the moon is pulling on the Orion spacecraft. Distance to Earth and distance to the moon here in the field of view. You can also click on mission view, and you can then just look at, if you zoom out, you can look at the entire trajectory that Orion is going to take. I also showed it to you in that animation of the mission. So this is the first encounter with the moon. Then we will have this orbit where it will go into orbit outside the moon's orbit. And then in about 6 days, we have a second flyby of the moon. So that's what they are referring to before flying back to Earth. So I'm going to check this out for about 15 or 20 minutes more. If they are not able to show us any extra live feeds, then I will end the live stream. So let's see, what are they showing us?
We're just 6 minutes away from the anticipated
Oh.
flyover of the Apollo 11 landing site.
Are they going to show it?
Base.
I hope they will be able
anticipate
to.
that flyover to occur at 7:37 a.m. Central.
That would be awesome.
During the flyover, Orion will be 1,384 statute miles above the landing site.
Are we going to get a live feed? That would be awesome. To see the Apollo 11 landing site in real time. 6 minutes to Apollo landing site, yeah. So we're waiting for that to happen. But why aren't they showing the lunar surface? I was guessing, and one reason I can come up with is that they are on the dark side. They are not on the dark side, but they are on our side of the moon. So the moon is in the sky right now, and the sun is shining on the far side of the moon, as we call it, and not on our side. So maybe they can't get a good video feed. I don't know. They should be able to. Anyway, I mean, if they are saying that they're going to fly over the Apollo 11 landing site, I would expect some live images, live videos. Hopefully they can provide it. I would be psyched to see that. Okay, Tim, you can't see the stars because the Earth is lit by the sun. So you need a short exposure time your camera has a very short exposure time to bring the Earth into view, actually, not to overexpose the surface of the Earth, and that's why you can't see the stars.
Inside Mission Control Houston,
I do that all the time.
NASA Flight Director Rick LeBrode is on console, leading the team here in Mission Control following the outbound powered flyby burn, which occurred 49 minutes ago. This 2-minute and 30-second burn utilized the Orbital Maneuvering System, or OMS engine, on board the Orion spacecraft and helped set the stage for descent retrograde insertion.
Okay. So I guess now it's 5 minutes. So yeah, let's talk about exposure time, because that's also what I do a lot. Like I look at the planets, and aren't I seeing any stars when I'm looking at the planets through my telescope? That's a good question. And the main reason is that the sun is, of course, the sun is just shining on all of the planets in our solar system and the moon. So when we want to focus on the moon, our exposure time goes down quite a lot. So for instance, for Mars, I only use a couple of milliseconds exposure time to look at the surface of Mars because it's so bright. And at the same time, the stars are very far away, like light years away from us. So, and they are not lit by our sun. All of these stars are basically separate suns in our galaxy. So in order to see them, we need at least 10 or 20 seconds exposure time and a higher ISO or a higher gain level to actually see the stars. So that's a misconception. If you're not a photographer, I can understand why this is like puzzling, but you should try it out yourself. Try to take an image of the moon and try to take an image of the stars. So when you try to take an image of the moon, you need a very short exposure time and a lower ISO level, for instance, on a camera. Whereas when you're taking a picture of the stars, you need maybe about 10-15 seconds of exposure time and a high ISO or high gain level on your camera to actually capture the stars. So that's it. But where is the Apollo landing site? We're waiting for that. Come on. Are they going to show it to us? Hopefully. Hopefully they will be able to, but I'm a bit afraid they're sticking with their telemetry-driven animation, as they call it. That's unfortunate. So let me, in the meanwhile, show you a couple of my lunar pictures. Telemetry-driven animation, yeah.
We're now 2 minutes away from the anticipated flyover of the Apollo 11 landing site, Tranquility Base. Orion will be 1,384 statute miles above the landing site.
And we will be getting a live feed. No. If they're not showing a live feed, I will show you some pictures of the moon I've taken from my own backyard. Still pretty cool to watch. We saw the lunar approach. We saw the Earth and the moon in the same camera view. That was pretty awesome to see already. So I think they are on the darker side of the moon and they are not able to show us a live video. That would be unfortunate, but yeah. When we are going back to the moon, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yep. So Mick, yeah, I think that's what I just referred to. They're showing us the Earth because the Earth is lit by the sun.
And at this time, we do expect Orion to be flying over the Apollo 11 landing site at Tranquility Base. Orion is 1,384 statute miles above the landing site.
Yeah, I think they are on the dark side, and that's why they are not able to show us any images.
Tranquility Base was where Commander Neil Armstrong and Lunar Module pilot Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon for the very first time on July 20th, 1969, 53 years ago.
Terrible. 53 years ago. It's about time we get back. A small step for man, a giant leap for mankind. I know that my grandfather woke up my mother to look at the television, to look at a live video view, like a video on television that night. 53 years ago, so yeah, that's a bit puzzling. So it was mainly, of course, a military race to put people on the moon rather than an scientific exploration of the moon. Now, hopefully this time we will go back with different nations, everyone, different space agencies, different countries. Let's explore the moon. They're going to the South Pole, I read, so that would be interesting. So still waiting, but there's no, or did my feed froze? I don't think so. The miles are still counting up. So here are my pictures again. You can do this yourself from your backyard. Just get some binoculars or a nice telescope, and you will be able to spot all these beautiful craters and mountain ranges on the moon. If you like to find out more about planetary imaging, lunar imaging, just subscribe to the channel. Hopefully my audio feed keeps working when I show you this subscribe picture. So I was really hoping to see that landing site, but no, they're not going to. So that will add to the frustration of people and the conspiracy theorists, unfortunately. Yeah, 1500 miles above the surface. Let's check out. Huh, what is the temperature on the moon? Yeah, it varies a lot, eh? Because there's no atmosphere. So at night it's about, I'm not completely sure, I have to Google it, but it's about minus 150 Celsius, something like that. And then during the day, or yeah, during the day, that lasts also 14 days. I think it will go up to 100 degrees Celsius, so definitely you should wear a spacesuit. I think one of the reasons why they are going to the South Pole is also because there are some craters you can put your camp in that, for instance, always receive sunlight. I thought. Anyway, we are not getting any extra videos. That's unfortunate. Let me check. I think, yeah, we're still live here. 1500 miles away from the moon. So again, I think the main reason is that, not this one, the main reason is this, that what we just experienced is, we saw Apollo approaching the far side of the moon with the Earth positioned right here. So this is a real-time view of the position of the moon and the Earth in space. We saw that Earthset, I would call it, with South America in the as a continent in view. Super small. That was super beautiful to see. And then the Apollo spacecraft, it went into retrograde orbit, as they call it actually. And then, of course, you're going to look at our side of the moon, but you can see here the sun is on the opposite side. So most probably they're looking at the dark side of the moon and they're unable to give us a live video feed.
And with the outbound
think.
powered flyby burn now complete, and Orion having completed its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 80 miles above the
Yeah, they're
surface,
stopping.
that will wrap up our coverage for today. But we'll continue to post daily updates about the mission on the Artemis blog at blogs.nasa.gov/Artemis. And we'll also be posting updates on our social media accounts as well. Later today, we'll have a briefing at 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern, where representatives from NASA will discuss the outbound powered flyby, which we hope you'll tune in for. And we'll be live on NASA TV covering the distant retrograde orbit insertion Friday beginning at 3:30 p.m. Central,
Here we go.
4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Until then, this is Mission Control Houston.
Friday. So guys, that was important information. On Friday they will have this, I think, the second flyby. Let me quit that live feed. So okay. That was unfortunate. We did not see the Apollo 11 landing site there. I think one of the main reasons why I also showed it, but I wish they would explain it. In the feed, because this is adding to the conspiracy theorists. So once again, what we experienced was, I think it was very beautiful. Let's go back to that 3D animation here. So we saw the Orion spacecraft like this. This is a real-time like a real-time view where the moon and the Earth is at in and the rest of the planets in our solar system. So we actually saw this the Orion spacecraft approaching the far side of the moon, and we experienced this Earthset then fly in a retrograde orbit around the moon. But as you can see, this is the dark side right now of the moon. So I think that's why they were unable to show us any lunar surface images or videos of the moon. So hopefully the next flyby will be different. I have to check out the orbit and where the moon is then in the night sky. Anyway, I really like that view of the Earth in Earth setting and on the horizon of the moon. That was pretty awesome to see. So in about 5 or 6 days, I thought she said Friday, we will have, of course, this. So this was, let me just reiterate, this was the first flyby of the moon. We will have a second flyby, so Orion will go beyond the moon's orbit, as you can see in this animation provided by ESA, the European Space Agency. And then on Friday, apparently, we will have a second closed lunar flyby. So I will try to look at that at least, and maybe also broadcast that live. I will have to see, but would be cool to watch that together with you. What else? I just want to reiterate one last time. I'm just a guy, like looking to the planets and looking at the moon through my telescope. My channel is called Wido's Astroforum. Here are a couple of detailed images of the lunar surface. You can do this yourself, by the way. If you buy a decent quality telescope, or even if you buy a telelens, you can already look at some super nice mountain ranges, craters and lava lakes on the moon. You can make these kind of images. So if you want to learn more about that, definitely you're welcome to subscribe to the channel, and please give this video a like so people can notice my channel, or are noticing my channel. Anyway, I'm clearly not American or English. I'm Dutch, so sometimes I'm struggling with my English. So thank you for staying with me. Is there still somebody who wants to say? Oh, we're still debating the lunar flyby, I think. So guys, and also girls, of course, thank you so much for watching. I will try to make another live stream Friday when they are going to fly close to the moon a second time with the Orion spacecraft. So Thanks so much for watching. One last detail. If you want to look at the tracker, you don't need... I know that people will be broadcasting the NASA tracker live for 5 days, but you can just go to the website yourself. So let me just once again show you that website. So this is the tracker NASA has put up on their website. You can see the entire the orbits the Orion spacecraft will so the entire path of the mission the Orion spacecraft will go through, and you can also look at an animated that they showed us this animated live view where to look at where the Orion spacecraft is right now in its mission. So we are 5 days, 7 hours and 1 minute into this mission. It's flying at 4,600 miles per hour. This velocity will decrease when the Orion spacecraft is flying away from the moon, because the moon will be pulling on the Orion spacecraft. Very interesting to see that in real time, or at least this picture, this CGI picture. The distance from Earth and the distance to the moon is also reported. So yeah, let's see what happens, and hopefully I will see you back in another live stream either Friday during the second lunar flyby, but if the weather permits, if the skies are clear here in the Netherlands, I'm also broadcasting. I'm also broadcasting like just a live view of the moon and the planets, or maybe some distant deep sky object that we can enjoy. So yeah, hopefully I will see you also in one of my other live streams. Take care of each other, and see you in the next stream. Thanks for watching, and see you later. Bye bye.